and I am the Director of Youth Protection and Compliance for the University of Wisconsin system out of the Office of Compliance and Integrity. And we just want to welcome you all here this morning. A few housekeeping things. Just remember to keep yourselves muted until it is time for you all to do breakouts. And to also remember that if the video starts to slow or freeze up, that you can always turn off your video, and that usually helps to resolve some of the freezing and things like that. We have a wonderful, wonderful agenda set up for you all today. Let's see if it will let me go to the next slide. So we're going to kick off our morning with a great kind of keynote from President Thompson, and then we'll get into the first half of our presentations for the morning with a presentation on COVID-19 and trauma in the youth response, followed by youth programs in the age of COVID-19 from the American Camp Association. And they'll give us a background about programs that actually ran during this time, what went well, what didn't go well, and what advice that they would have for us. And then we'll have Michael Ambrose from Camp Doc present on youth and anticipated medical changes for programs upon reopening. So thank you all again for being here today, and we look forward to your feedback. We anticipate that we will have our first speaker in about 3 minutes. And so, Tom, do you have any housekeeping things or reminder things that you want folks to know about the breakout rooms or things like that?
No, you'll be able to explain that just as it comes time to do those breakouts. We will be assigning people to breakout rooms for just group discussions following the presentations. So enjoy the conference.
Wonderful. Following the presentations, you'll receive a survey either later on this week. We'll also have the slides and a recording of this available on our website. So check that out then. Be sure to take notes because there's really some jewels of information that you all will enjoy. We wanted to do this presentation because we know that you all won't be prepared to open programs up overnight. So we wanted to give campuses plenty of time to think about and plan for minors returning to campus, especially as the vaccinations are rolling out and more people are getting ready to go back into open spaces. So we're not having this presentation saying, yes, we'll start programs right away. We're just having this presentation so you can know what is expected and what to anticipate as you're planning and creating your programs. The second half of the day, we'll have a great virtual presentation from programs that ran virtually during this time and what went well and what didn't go well. But what I will say is that they really did some creative ways of trying to keep the youth engaged during this time because they were college readiness programs that those students were matriculating into university. So I think you all will really enjoy the second half of the day. We'll talk about trends in youth protection post-COVID-19 closures and even some of the trends that are happening now with youth protection, you know, as far as like how we're interacting with minors online, what are we seeing, you know, with students hazing or bullying each other online and sharing revealing pictures. So Presidium is going to do an amazing presentation on that and kind of what you can do as program directors who are working in virtual spaces to do this safely. And then at the end of the day, you all will get the field guide and checklist from the CDC and the American Camp Association. So you all can start creating your campus checklist to see what you already have in place to bring minors back and the other things that you might need to work on before minors can come back. And I would encourage program directors to connect with your pre-college liaisons, which most of them are on this call. But connect with them because they will be your central resource in communicating up with your campus leadership that you are or aren't ready and what supplies that you may need. So I wouldn't do this work in isolation. I would work with your campus partners and I would work with your other program directors to crowdsource resources as you think about getting ready to reopen. And so it is now 8:35 and I believe our first presenter is ready to go. So without further ado, I'm going to stop sharing and pass this over to President Thompson. I believe you're on mute, President Thompson.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you.
Well, first off, let me thank Pranisha. She was a new hire. She was with the University of Wisconsin-Madison, and we're so fortunate to have her on board. She is a go-getter, a driver. Every time I'm with her, I get excited to be with her. She's got so much enthusiasm and excitement. Plus, she can sing opera. So, I mean, she's got everything going for her. And I can't tell you, Pranisha, how happy I am to be your partner in this endeavor. And thank you so very much for your leadership. And I also want to say the same to Katie Ignikowski. She's been on maternity leave. She had a new baby, but Katie was working when she was on her way into the hospital, issuing press releases and so on. And Katie is just another driver. And Katie, thank you for taking on the new role of security and also with Title IX, and you're just doing an outstanding job. So let me start out by thanking all of you. And then
Appreciate that, Governor.
What's that? I can hear somebody. Somebody want to talk?
This is Katie. I just said appreciate that, President Thompson.
Well, how's the baby?
Very well. He's sleeping, so.
That's good. Well, Katie, you and Pranisha, what a dynamic duo. And let me start out by thanking all the individuals on the line. I couldn't be happier getting the chance to address you as the acting president of this great university. And I am so pleased that all of you are involved. This is going to be an exciting year. And I've talked to the chancellors about this, and I'm going to be ramping up this program. I don't know how I'm going to raise the money to do it, but I want more students than ever on our campuses. Now, we got to get over this terrible nightmare called COVID-19, and we got to get people vaccinated. And I don't know if you know this, but the chancellor from Madison and I have been working to make sure that all of you, along with the teachers in K through 12 and all of our professors, are in the next subsection to get vaccinated. I want to make sure that our professors and instructors and administrators and all of you are able to get vaccinated as soon as possible, because I want the university to open up its doors again and let the sunlight and fresh air come in and have everybody have an opportunity to enjoy this great life and this great university we call Wisconsin. I am very concerned, ladies and gentlemen. First, I want to talk about my cautions. I'm very concerned right now of the fact that I think a lot of the seniors in high school are not getting the kind of education that they need and deserve and wanted their senior year because of COVID. And the sophistication, the relationship building, the education. I think your job and my job and our job together is going to be much more than ever before. And that's why I told the chancellors that I want to expand all our summer programs and also hopefully start a new one to get more seniors around all of our high schools, as many seniors as possible, to visit our campuses, if only for a day, but for socializing, for some studying and so on. I want to get young people to come to our campus. I'm very fearful, and I'll tell all of you this, I'm very fearful that a lot of the seniors do not believe they're prepared because they didn't get a good senior year kickoff from their high schools. And that's because of COVID, not critical of any teachers or any school system. It's just a statement of fact that I think there's going to be a lot of immaturity, a lot of questions, a lot of things that we have to do. And I think that's going to put an added responsibility on each of you to make sure that when we get students here from wherever they are, that we reach out and really encourage them to come to Wisconsin and to enjoy the college life. I'm not sure they're going to be ready for it. I'm not sure. I'm not being critical. I'm just saying because of all their distance learning, not being able to play sports, be in drama, be in band, all the things that, seniors love doing in their high school as their year going out and get ready for college. They haven't had that preparation. like most incoming students who go into college. So we have to do more, I think, to get them ready. And that's why I'm so happy to have the dynamic duo, Pranisha and Katie, ready to go and setting us up. And I'm very happy that all of you are on this program today. The next thing I wanted to tell you about is how happy I am about the University of Wisconsin. As I'm sure a lot of you have heard, we're done apologizing to anybody about the University of Wisconsin and about the money we spend. We are a diamond in the rough. I don't even think we're in the rough. I think we are a diamond, pure and simple and well polished. And I am giving speeches all over the state about how important the University of Wisconsin system is to the citizens of the state and how important it is for people to recognize that. We only receive about 17 cents out of every dollar from the state of Wisconsin to operate. And 17, and I tell people rhetorically, I said, if I would give you if you give me 17 cents and I would return right around and give you 83 cents back, how often would you do that throughout the day? You'd probably do it as often as you can reach in your pocket and pull out 17 cents. And that's what I want people to start thinking about, because we get 17 cents, but we give back to the state on economic development, economic growth, economic jobs, economic innovations, 23 to 1, and $23 billion. We're a $6 billion operation. We have close to 40,000 employees. We graduate 37,000 students, and 90% of them stay in the state of Wisconsin and help grow the economy. We are the economic engine for the state of Wisconsin, and I want people to start looking at that and recognize it. The second thing is I tell everybody that is willing to listen to me that the University of Wisconsin, the Wisconsin idea, all of you have heard and read about for so many years, is to take care of everybody in the state of Wisconsin from all corners of the earth, all corners of the state. I have expanded that to say the University of Wisconsin, expanded Wisconsin idea is where there's a problem, the University of Wisconsin should be the first asset, the first group, the first individuals that you turn to help your problem, whether it be in business, whether it be in education, whether it be in agriculture, manufacturing, whatever the case may be. The University of Wisconsin has got the breadth and the depth to solve just about any problem facing the state of Wisconsin. And we recognize that, and we've assumed that role since I've been president. As you know, we set up a testing program on all of our campuses, and I believe our testing program, recognized by the federal government as the best in the country. Our positive rates for teachers and professors and instructors and administrators is below 2%. None of our professors got infected by students because they were teaching in the classroom, not one. And while the state has a positive rate of about 30%, our positivity rate is about 2%. We build a operation room up on the 19th floor that I go up and we have an hour meeting every day, planning the day, but planning how we can make the university safer, how we're going to get our vaccination out. And as you know, yesterday I kicked off our vaccination on the University of Wisconsin Green Bay campus, and that went extremely well. We're opening up in Oshkosh and Eau Claire and La Crosse, Milwaukee and Parkside, and we'll be opening up in Whitewater. We're going to be opening up vaccination centers. I want the university to reach out to the people of the state. I want people to recognize when there's a problem, come to the university. They're doing that in the testing program. We had our surge capacity, which the federal government recognized was the only one that they gave the money to do, to set it up and run it. It was extremely effective. We're now handling a good share of the vaccination. We're going to be expanding that onto all of our campuses. And what I'm telling you is that I want us to be out there. When there's a problem, you're going to find me out leading and having the university get involved to solve the problem. And that's what I'm telling the legislators. I'm telling the legislators, you know, you should give us more dollars and resources, because we are a big asset to the state of Wisconsin. And I tell all the professors and all the administrators and chancellors, stop apologizing. We are out bragging about the University of Wisconsin, which leads me to the next step. And the next step is we got to get our student enrollment up. And as you know, the enrollment in our high schools is going down. And we have to compete for students with private colleges, with out-of-state colleges, with the vocational techs. Everybody's having trouble. But the University of Wisconsin still seems to be doing okay. And I need each and every one of you to be out there bragging about the University of Wisconsin. And that's why I want to be able to expand our youth program. I want our youth programs to be front and center. I want as many this summer students to come and visit our campus, have a chance to get to know you, to talk to other students, have a good time while they're there. Make sure they have a good time so they want to come back. And that's what I want for this summer program. And that's why I'm so appreciative to have this opportunity, Bernicia, to come and talk to all of your individual colleagues and co-workers. We have to make our summer programs this year bigger and better than ever, because students coming in here are going to need it. They're going to need your reassurance. They got to be reassured that they can make it in college. They got to be reassured that the socialization that they missed out in their senior year in high school is going to be here on campus, that they're going to have a good time. They're going to develop their lifestyles, their lives, and have an opportunity to get educated. We're going to be doing as many different programs as possible to make sure that they have a good time. And I'm depending upon all of you to make sure that happens. And I'm counting on, of course, Katie Ignikowski and Pranicia to lead this effort. The next thing is we want to make sure that everybody is safe on our campus. The worst thing we can have happen to us is somebody gets assaulted or somebody gets in trouble because they're on our campuses. We want to make sure that they're secure, they're safe, and have a good time. We don't want to be prevent them from having a good time, because we want them to have a good time. We want them to say that this has been a great experience. I want to go to River Falls. I want to go to Platteville. I want to go to Whitewater. Those are fun places. I spent a couple days there, a week there, and we just had a great time. I can't wait to go back. That's the attitude that we want to give these young people that are visiting our schools this year. And that's going to take a great deal of effort on your part. I know I know all of you want to do that, and I know all of you are going to do that. You're talented individuals, each and every one of you. I don't know all of you yet. I hope to get a chance this summer when we're able to move around more and maybe not shake hands, but at least we can have a fist bump and an elbow bump or a high five or whatever. But I'm looking forward to getting back to normal, but we have a big job in front of us, ladies and gentlemen, and that's why I was so happy to get on and talk to you this morning. I'd be more than happy, Pranicia, to take questions. And we want to be safe, we want to be good, and I'm sure we're going to be. And we want to make sure that we have more young people coming to our campus. We're going to make bigger investments this year. I'm going to try and raise some money with the legislature. I want more money to be placed in the summer program. So I don't know how I'm going to get it. Don't have it yet.
We'll raise more money for the summer program.
But that's what I want, and I'm going to try and get it. So thank you all, Pranicia. I'll be more than happy to take some questions, but I love you all. Thank you very much. Go Wisconsin. And we have the best university system in the country. Don't ever forget that, and always say that. And look out Harvard, look out Yale, look out Columbia. Wisconsin's #1, and we want our summer programs to be the best. And we want young people to have a good time and say, I want to go back and be there this fall. So Pranicia, take some questions if you want me to.
Okay, well, thank you so very much, President Thompson. And, we are truly committed to this mission of making sure that there is a youth from every single school district in the state of Wisconsin attending a UW program. And we are committed to doing this safely, and we are committed to putting life readiness skills at the forefront so our youth are ready to come into the University of Wisconsin schools. So I just want to thank you for taking the time to touch on those things. And what I think will come out of this meeting and the future meetings is that we will develop a community of practice. And so program directors from all across the state can crowdsource ideas and work together. So that way, if a youth goes through 4 years at Whitewater and they're like, well, I've been there, that's kind of like my 13th grade, and I want to know about other universities within the Wisconsin system, they now have access and interaction to other programs across the state, so we can crowdsource so we don't lose them to out-of-state universities. So we're very excited about bringing all these program directors together and all these pre-college liaisons together. So we do have, yes, sir.
Could you do one more thing for me?
Sure.
I have set up a chancellors and provost meeting to take a look at how we can expand into getting more students on our campus. I would appreciate your ideas, all of you, on how to do that, and I certainly would like to have some of you on that study committee. So if you could give me your ideas back, I really would appreciate it over the course of the next 6 to 8 weeks. Okay, Pradisha?
Wonderful. So we'll use the community of practices for that. The plan is to create a community of practice for pre-college liaisons, as well as a community of practice for program directors. So we hope to get information from the top down and from the bottom up so that we can really give you the most clear information. And thank you so much for helping us elevate the fact that we're going to need tests for these youth programs too, because it's one of the protocols. And we're going to need PPE to make sure that we can do these programs safe, because we know that COVID won't go away overnight. So we just want to thank you in advance for your support and your commitment to this work. We do have time for 2 questions.
Okay.
If anyone would like to unmute, you are welcome to do so, but we ask that you keep it under like 15 seconds. I thought I saw a hand. Okay, maybe that was not a hand.
Okay, well, thank you all. Have a great day, Pradisha.
We have one question from Carrie Brown Holland.
Yes,
Hi,
as
Carrie.
we are currently, as pre-college people are currently not in person, will we be eligible for the vaccine?
That's not my call. If I had my call, I'd say yes, but it's going to be left up to the Department of Health and Human Services, and that's going to be in consultation with CDC. I wished I had more control over it, but I don't. Sorry. Okay. Good luck. Have a great day. Thank you all. Let's go Wisconsin. Take care.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. So we will take a 5-minute break. You can take a bio break, get a drink of water or coffee, and then we look forward to reconvening with you right at 9 o'clock for our next presentation. Thank you. And we will hop right into our next section. So our next presenters, Dr. Valerie Adams-Bass, Dr. Erin Bogan, and Dr. Noni Gaylord. They have been doing extensive research during this time, specifically around Black, brown children and the COVID-19 trauma. What we have experienced and what has been shown is that our Black children are experiencing COVID and this time differently than many of our other students. I can say for me personally, I watched my 12-year-old nephew go through 3 months on a ventilator and is still struggling with it now. And I just recently lost my aunt after she went through COVID twice. So we are seeing a lot more due to the fact that our children are living in multi-generational homes, that they're under-resourced, and that they might not have the same access to healthcare. And then, of course, the understood distrust of the medical community due to the history that African Americans have had with things like Tuskegee and things like that. So we know that there is distrust, and it's very well-deserved distrust. And so it's affecting our Black youth differently. And these young doctors have taken the time to do the research to tell us a little bit more about what this trauma is looking like and what we can do to prepare for this trauma. So without further ado, I will pass this over to the doctors.
Thank you, Pranisha. Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good. All right, one big hurdle down. Okay, I'm going to now hit the second one and work on sharing my screen. Okay, do you all see my notes or do you see the actual slides?
Notes.
Okay, it needs to go to the other. Now, how's that?
Perfect.
Wonderful. Okay, so good morning and thank you, Pranisha, for having us. Thank you for that introduction. We would also like to give a heartfelt thanks to all of the educators and all of your work every day, but especially right now, the challenges you've overcome during this global pandemic. And we are going to spend some time today discussing the pandemic's impact on Black youth and families. Okay, so a little bit about who we are. As Pranisha mentioned, we are all researchers. We're all affiliated with different institutions. I am a professor at Texas A&M University. I'm a clinical psychologist by training. I will allow Valerie and Aaron to give a bit about their background. My work focuses on stress and trauma in Black youth and families. What ties us together is that we are all members of the Society for Research on Child Development. And a part of that organization, we are also members of the Black Caucus. And the Black Caucus for SRCD is dedicated to promoting the development and well-being of Black children and families through research and intervention. Now, as a part of our membership in SRCD, the Black Caucus was charged with writing what SRCD calls a state of the evidence brief. And these briefs were supposed to be focused on inequities in education during the COVID-19 pandemic. And each caucus was charged with focusing on the impact of COVID on their respective populations. And of course, for the Black Caucus, that meant we were working on a brief that focused on the impact of the pandemic on Black children. And we were charged with writing this brief to summarize the impact, but to also provide recommendations for educational policy. And this policy was supposed to be geared towards minimizing the negative impact of the pandemic on educational outcomes. And our brief was published and disseminated in September of 2020. We will be pulling from some of that today to talk about the impact of COVID-19 on Black youth and families, as well as providing some recommendations for educators. Just a very quick summary of what this is going to look like today. I'm going to give a quick summary of the pandemic's impact on Black youth and families. I'm going to talk a bit about what trauma looks like, particularly for Black youth. Dr. Adams-Bass is going to come on and talk about implications for educational outcomes in Black youth. And then Dr. Bogan is going to come on and talk about protective factors, in particular, emotion regulation as a protective factor and how we might be ready to use that at an organizational level and through programming. And then Dr. Adams-Bass is going to come back for a closing statement. So we are coming up on a year, can you believe this? 1 year since we first started hearing about COVID-19. And in the early stages of the pandemic, if you remember, there were some politicians and even some doctors calling COVID-19 the great equalizer. And this was due to its capability to infect anyone. No one is safe, is what we were told. And there was some validity to this statement. No one is immune to COVID-19. But calling the virus an equalizer was false. Although families of all racial and ethnic groups are affected by COVID-19, it became very clear that Black families were bearing a disproportionate burden of this negative impact. There was an overrepresentation of Black Americans in terms of both COVID-19 rates and mortality. According to the CDC, Black Americans made up 13% of the population in the US. but they were representing 33% of hospitalizations due to COVID and 34% of deaths due to COVID. The death rates in many cities were 50% higher than what would be expected for Black Americans. I heard a figure recently that 1 in 2 Black Americans know someone who has died from COVID. And so calling this the great equalizer is problematic. Why are rates higher? Well, as Panisha mentioned a few minutes ago, as a result of systemic racism, Black Americans have been put in conditions that increase their exposure to COVID-19. We've been hearing for months and months, you have to social distance, you have to social distance, you have to social distance to stay safe. And Black Americans are more likely to be placed in conditions that make social distancing challenging. I'm not going to go through all of these, but you have some of those examples there. All of these things are linked in that they are connected to underlying health conditions that increase the risk for COVID-19. So rather than a great equalizer, this pandemic has proven to be a great amplifier. It has amplified pre-existing social inequalities, pre-existing health inequities in ways that are having a devastating impact on the Black community. And many public health researchers believe that this impact will be decades long. So what does this mean for our young people? Well, as we talked about in our brief, Black children are experiencing more economic loss due to occupational segregation. We have a disproportionate number of Black Americans that are in low-wage jobs or have incomes below the poverty line, and they're more financially vulnerable to the effects of COVID-19. We have a much higher proportion of Black workers that have lost their jobs or had their hours reduced. And so Black families are overrepresented among families that are experiencing food insecurity, difficulty paying bills, and also housing instability. Black children are also losing loved ones. They're experiencing more grief and loss. The loss of loved ones due to COVID-19 is unique because it's often rapid and unexpected, but at the same time, it's compounded by this inability to engage in our typical funeral rituals or having to be disconnected from those who we are losing in the final stages of their life. Black children are also experiencing elevated stress. There have been a number of surveys asking young people about levels of stress, and they found that Black youth tend to experience higher levels of stress as a result of the pandemic. 74% are worried about the effect that the pandemic is having on their family's finances. 71% are worried that they will have a family member that will be exposed to the virus, which is higher than other ethnic groups. Of course, we know that this increased stress is exacerbated by social distancing. This disrupts the relationships they've built with other people, reduces contact with folks who can provide support. All of these things have placed Black children at the epicenter of loss and trauma during the pandemic. But what we also have to remember for Black youth is that the loss and trauma related to COVID-19 is compounded by race-related traumas involving police brutality, the murder of Black men and women at the hands of the police, which was magnified in 2020. COVID-19 also serves as a reminder of historical trauma. Panisha mentioned some of this with our relationships with the healthcare system. It's a reminder of historical trauma and the common traumatic history of racism in the country. It is also the loss of loved ones increases intergenerational trauma, so that we're seeing multi-generational exposure to traumatic experiences. Now, I've been using the word trauma quite a bit, so what do I mean by that? Well, trauma involves things that are overwhelming, experiences that are overwhelming. They exceed our ability to cope. They tax our coping resources. There's some feelings of loss of control or vulnerability. It can be direct or indirect. So it could be something that directly affects you. It could be something that impacts your family or somebody around you. You've heard about it or you've seen it. Now, what I want to mention is that we are biologically primed for survival. So we're biologically primed to respond to threats, even traumatic threats. And in the face of danger, our physiological organism will seek survival. It will go into fight or flight or freeze to help us respond to trauma. But over time, with repeated exposure to trauma that can be exacerbated by these traumatic experiences during COVID-19, we know from research on the brain that there are changes to the brain as a result of trauma exposure. Our prefrontal cortex, which is known as our thinking center, will become underactivated. And that's because when we are exposed to a threat, that shuts down so that we're not slowed down by thinking too much. Our emotion regulation center is underactivated. At the same time, our fear center becomes overactivated. So over time, you have kids whose thinking centers, emotion regulation center, that's the anterior cingulate cortex in the brain, becomes underactivated. Our fear center, the amygdala, becomes overactivated. In addition, our memory systems, for example, the hippocampus, trauma prevents the structure of the brain from transferring memories to the long-term storage. So what happens is that things are just in our short-term memory. They're not stored properly to help us call on them when we need to be reminded of safety, right? Of support. What happens over time is that young people may become threat sensitized. So their bodies are ready to respond to potential threat. Now, what does this look like when we're on the ground working with young people? We see young people that have trouble sleeping. They may have difficulty concentrating, focusing, remembering things. They may appear to be more disorganized. What disorder does that sound like to you, right? We'll come back to that in a second. They may have problems controlling their emotions. They may show hypervigilance. That's constantly scanning their surroundings, being on alert, which means if there's any potential threat, right, at some point they might just respond rather than the thinking center being activated. There's an increased startle response you may see in kids. They may jump with their certain triggers of these traumas. So think about how these behaviors might show up in the classroom and how we have tended to respond to them when they do. They also can impact relationships. And I think this is really important when we're talking about the classroom. We often see emotional numbing, psychological avoidance, we're not going too close. Right? It may affect the sense of safety for these young people. It may diminish trust in other people. We also know that young people can start misinterpreting facial cues. Young people that have been experienced trauma, they may interpret things even benign like non-happiness as anger or threat in an authority figure. And because of the hypervigilance, they may respond more reactively rather than the thoughtful response of considering the alternatives that might be happening in that situation. So our responses to young people matter in the context of trauma. We have punishment and consequence models. We love those models, right? Because we need to have some sort of order in our systems. These don't always work with young people who've experienced trauma because, number one, if the young people don't trust adults, then punishing them reinforces that mistrust. Or if they are hypervigilant, right, and threat sensitized, they may react in ways that are not helpful for them. We have mental health models, right, that focus on diagnosis. The issue is, what is the diagnosis going to be? Many of these symptoms that I showed you can look like other things, such as ADHD or even depression in some cases. And if you have a kid with ADHD, if you have a kid that's being treated for ADHD, they may be treated with a stimulant, but this is going to heighten the physiological arousal. And if it's PTSD instead of ADHD and you have a misdiagnosis, the stimulants aren't going to help. A trauma-informed model is the one that we have been advocating for young people who've been exposed to trauma. And it helps to recognize what their trauma triggers might be within the classroom or within your system. And it helps to provide safety, structure, and as Dr. Bergen is going to talk about, emotion regulation skills. Now, I do want to say that exposure to a traumatic event does not always equal traumatization. We know that protective factors are very important, particularly relationships with caring adults. We know that when young people can be helped to make meaning out of the experiences, that we can see some post-traumatic growth. And so our questions to ourselves is, how can we create spaces where children feel safe in a world which does not feel safe to them all the time? And how can we create opportunities for children to learn and grow within the context of traumatic experiences? So I'm going to stop and turn this over to Dr. Adams-Bass. Let me see if I can stop sharing. Did that work? All right.
It did. Can everyone hear me well? Okay. Let me know if you can't, and I'll go with the big earphones because that sometimes works better. So good morning to everyone. Thank you again for the opportunity. Thank you, Noni, for such a wonderful sort of context, and also thank you, Pernisha, for giving us sort of a platform to share our work with SRCD. I just have a few slides, and I'm going to talk. I tend to talk with my hands if you see that, but also want to share some of the details in between the slides. So let me share my slide deck as well. Make sure I have the right deck. Okay. Can everyone see that? Just the deck? Awesome. Okay. So it may feel like what we are sharing in this slide may be a little bit redundant, but I think it's relevant and important just to be very explicit about how racism is really impacting what Black children, youth, and families are experiencing. And again, both Pernisha and Noni shared this information. And what I want to hone in on really is this assumption that group differences are biologically determined, and Noni really just shared that that's really not the case, but also more importantly, because we're talking about how the UW system can prepare to welcome children and youth back into the system after COVID-19, really learning a little bit more about it's a systemic oppression. So this idea that systems that we work within, systems that we may be unaware of, really do impact how well young people are received or how well they're able to access resources and receive the support and kinds of education and opportunities that they are entitled, right, and have the rights to. So I just want to have this as a background slide just to really understand if there's no scientific biological base for race or racism. It really is a system that's made up and hierarchical that really informs how we work with young people who have differences, and in particular, Black children and families. I'm probably throughout my presentation, which will be brief, going to speak about Black children, youth, and families, because you have to be able to work with both the children and their families in order to do well by them. So I want to sort of make that clear. Oftentimes there's an assumption that if you're working with Black children and you're working with Black youth, that they or their families don't care about education. But we know really through historically Black colleges and institutions and through the research of others that Black children and families, both their parents, really are invested in children doing well in academic environments. And so I just want to reinforce that and set that context, so I share that slide. I want to talk specifically to 2 points from our SRCD brief that Noni shared. And one of those is really that Black children face disadvantages in remote learning settings. Why is that important? Well, the digital divide does exist. And for those of you who work in more rural environments, we know that a consistent conversation, having the extension background, I have to self-disclose that I've worked for Penn State Cooperative Extension and Cornell University Cooperative Extension. So very familiar with the 4-H youth development system and how when we're serving young people who live in rural environments, there's dial-up, right? So as we move into this virtual space pre-COVID, there was a consistent conversation around families that we serve in rural environments who do not have access to high-speed internet. Well, it's not just those families in rural environments. We can talk about families who live in suburban and urban environments who also don't have access to high-speed internet, because in this case, it could likely be the communities in which they live, the buildings in which they live, or very much a financial burden of paying for high-speed internet access at home. So what does this mean during COVID-19? Well, what it means during COVID-19 is that young people who were, particularly when we were sheltering in place, in March when it started, almost a year, as Noni said, there was no opportunity to go to the local library where there's a digital hub. There was no opportunity to attend school where there's a digital hub. There was no opportunity to actually hang out at a fast food restaurant where there's a free digital hub, or a local mall where there's a free digital hub. So as we transition to this virtual space of learning and connecting with families and children, there are families and were families who did not have access to high-speed internet at home. So then the question becomes, well, how do we deliver education into these homes where they don't have that kind of access? And so that's still very much a conversation. And while that digital divide did exist pre-COVID-19, we became acutely aware of how important and vital having equal access, meaning the same speed of internet, is relevant to all families in all homes, whether they live in rural, urban, or suburban environments, and that it was much more of an acute difference in that access for Black children and families at home. Also related to how do we get children the resources that they need to learn at home is that often the families, the parents, or the caretakers, whether they're extended family members or not, who are taking care of those children are those essential workers, or were considered essential workers when most of us, or many of us, were working from home. These were the parents who were on the front lines going to work. And so they were not at home. So even if there was the ability to use a cell phone with a mobile Wi-Fi access, the likelihood is that cell phone was at work with that parent, that mother, that father, that grandparent, or other family member who was taking care of that child. So that really has become more of a conversation that we're all paying attention to. How do we ensure, and do we consider broadband access essential, and do we ensure everyone has the same speed? There are different speeds available. Some of you may or may not be familiar with that. That may be a little technical, but there are plans available where you'll have a lower speed, which means when everyone's on the internet, your speed is slower. So what does that mean when you are providing access or instruction online that requires a higher speed for the young person and families to access those resources and adequately address or participate in class? Really important things to think about. The second bullet I want to pay attention to in our brief is schools that serve Black children are less able to provide remote learning experiences. Why? Why does this matter? This goes back to my first slide and some of the context that both Noni and Pernisha shared, in that for many Black families, particularly in urban and also suburban environments, and then those who are in rural environments where they have less resources or live further from the center of town, those families are not able, those schools who rely on a tax base, should I say, and the tax base in those communities, particularly urban communities where the cost of homes are often depreciated because of either who lives in that community, it's a majority Black community or majority ethnically diverse community, or because that tax base has moved to the suburbs or the businesses are not in that community. The tax base that funds those public school systems have less money to update their Wi-Fi, to update their internet access, to ensure that all children have access to tablets or computers so that they can be attuned with more suburban districts or those districts or schools such as public schools or independent schools. So where you have a large population of Black children attending schools, they're usually attending older school buildings that were new years ago, but their systems, their infrastructure hasn't been updated. And across the country, certainly we're hearing a lot about how these school buildings are going through asbestos removal, or schools and school boards are trying to determine how to raise capital to create new buildings and to ensure that the schools have all the resources they need. So those districts are less nimble in responding, and were less nimble in responding to moving from an in-person, face-to-face learning model to a virtual model. Those were deficits that already existed, and they were essentially making do with what they had. But once COVID hit and children could no longer be in school, no longer have access to those hubs, those schools didn't have, a bunch of computers or tablets sitting aside. So those are things to think about. What does it mean, and how does it translate? How does the tax base translate? What does it mean? And how does that impact these children and families in their ability to learn and stay connected and excited about what they're learning in these virtual spaces? So a couple recommendations based on that. I know we don't have a lot of time, but as you prepare to welcome Black children and Black youth back to grounds, back to campus, back to community, to these learning communities, whether it's for sports, camps, whether it's for 4-H, whether it's for traditional education, whether it's for college, what do you need to do to prepare? Here are some recommendations, both based on our brief as well as some research that I've been doing with the Pennsylvania Humanities Council in Pennsylvania, a small but statewide organization. And so things that we've learned, do an organizational audit. You know, how many Black children and families are you serving? Do those Black children and families benefit, or how are they benefited from the services that you provide? Do they match the percentage of Black children and families living in your community? I love that. That's something I did when I was at Cornell University, and we were attempting to prepare for the demographic shift in New York State. So again, some communities are racially homogenous. Okay, can you then look at the poverty levels? Are you serving those lower income families at the percentages in which they live in your community? So do that organizational audit. Who are you serving? And if you're not serving them, what can you do to prepare to serve them? What moves can you make? Develop a plan for serving Black children, youth, and families. That plan is going to be multifaceted, and you do need to be aware of how trauma appears in front of you and what trauma may be happening at home. Some of you may have been hearing from your staff already or witnessing yourselves as a result of coming into the homes of families during COVID-19. So you need to develop a plan explicitly for working with Black children, youth, and families. You may hear, we have a diversity plan. But all children and families of color are not the same. There are similarities and there are some similar disparities, but they're not the same. They don't work the same. The social expectations and communications are not the same. So what is your plan for working with this particular group of constituents, if you will? And then develop and strengthen partnerships and collaborations. These need to be on campus and off campus partnerships and collaborations. Who is it that you need to get to know better, or establish a relationship? Know that establishing a relationship takes time. Both Pernisha and Noni talked about the lack of trust in the medical system, the healthcare system, sometimes in the school system. There are parents who often tell stories about coming into public schools to talk about and advocate for their child and being dismissed or not even being seen by the principal about the issues and concerns they have with their child's education. So who do you need to develop relationships with? If there's a strong Christian base or Muslim base, I know that there's a large Hmong population in parts, for example, of Wisconsin. Are you developing relationships with their faith-based communities to understand how and what resources are most used in that community? Is that a place for you to collaborate so that they have a better opportunity when they're back connecting with the UW system? Are you paying attention to the local newsletters, to the local social media communications and resources that this community pays attention to? That's where you're going to learn. Who are the professionals in your network who are already connected? I'm not suggesting you burn them out, but I'm suggesting that you listen to them and read the resources and the research and the things that they do, because they've been doing it for a while. There's no need to reinvent the wheel, but there is a need to develop those partnerships and strengthen the ones that exist in places you ordinarily would not look. And those are typically the places where you're going to learn how to better serve Black children, youth, and families. Provide ongoing culturally responsive professional development. I'm glad we're here, and hopefully there'll be others for you. That means that once is not enough. You're not going to learn everything you need to learn about serving Black children and families in one professional development. So when I think about the work of the Pennsylvania Humanities Council, they determined by looking at the demographic shifts and the evaluation data that Black children were doing better. Although they were serving all children in Pennsylvania, they were doing better. And so they made a decision as an organization to serve more. So they just made a decision to partner with those libraries throughout the state of Pennsylvania who said, we're willing to serve Black children and youth. We're willing to serve low-income youth. What do we need to do? And learning and hearing from those libraries that we don't know how to serve them meant developing an entire year-long curriculum of professional development that helps them to understand culturally relevant teaching, culturally relevant learning? What are some profiles that we need to be aware of, informed of? Who should we be reading? Who should we be connecting with? So make sure that you have that system in place and that you're doing an evaluation of the changes that you are shifting to or what you have in place. You may already have a diversity equity plan in place that specifically speaks to the experiences of Black children, youth, and families, but are you evaluating how effective that plan is? Because that evaluation data will help you to look and see where you need to make adjustments and where you need to continue to do what you're doing well. Learning about the communities that you are serving. One of the things I like to say, and there's a book called Ethnographic Eyes I use when I'm doing a research class, and there's the community walk. My favorite show, I must say, probably ages me, is Sesame Street. Who are the people in your neighborhood? What does that community look like? What's next to the school? What's next to campus? Are there public transportation systems available? Making sure that you know what's in the community that you're planning to serve or partner with, or that you're planning to recruit students with, whether you're recruiting them for camp or you're recruiting them for college. What's going on in that community? And you need to know that just as much as you know and understand what's going on in the UW system. And lastly, I mentioned this a little bit, but developing an evaluation and assessment plan and be honest about the data. Is the data telling you you need to do things differently, or is the data telling you that you need to increase your goals? Of course, you want to have low hanging fruit goals for meeting and working with this community, but you also want to have aspirational goals that forces your system to grow and challenge and meet the needs of Black children, youth, and families. They don't need to be one or two families that you can point to and say they did great. I don't know what happened to the other 99 or 98 families. If you're taking these steps and you're paying attention to what we know from a research perspective and an evaluation perspective, you will begin to see an improvement in the relationships, not only the recruitment of Black children and youth, but also the retention. We know that we can recruit Black children and youth to schools, particularly large public institutions, but we know that the attrition rate is often dismal. And so when you're taking these steps and becoming comfortable being uncomfortable, I love to say that when you're doing this work, when you're planning to serve Black children, families, and youth, you have to get comfortable being uncomfortable, because it means that you will be probably unearthing some things about your organization and or yourself that need to be addressed and adjust to do this work well. So some basic takeaways that's related to the research, and then partnering with those businesses. I didn't say that explicitly, but who isn't? Is it Comcast? Is it another company that can provide those digital hubs? They are always looking, are there additional computers sitting somewhere on grounds that go to those families? What resources, this goes back to that partnership, are available that may be low cost or no cost that you can get into the hands of those families? And don't consider it being unequal, consider it addressing the inequities that exist for Black children and families. So if that's what they need to elevate their opportunities and experiences, it's not unfair. You're working to address equity in a system that we know is unequal and inequitable for Black children and families. So enough of what I've shared, and I'm going to pass this over to my colleague, Dr. Aaron Bogan, who's going to talk a little bit about how this relates to the emotional experiences that Black children and families have. And I want to thank you for your time. So I'm going to stop sharing if I can.
And Aaron, we can see you. You just need to unmute.
Stop sharing. Give me a minute. Okay. Have I stopped sharing? Awesome.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. And I'm just pulling up my presentation here so I can share that with you all. Okay. Oops. Okay, are you all able to see my screen?
Not yet.
Oh. Oh goodness, I have so much stuff going on, I guess.
So when you click share screen, you'll have multiple screens that you can pick to share from, and then click directly on the PowerPoint one, and I think that will pop it up.
Okay, let's see. No, application window. Yeah, for some reason, Pranisha, I'm sorry, mine is not showing up here.
That's okay. You know, we're okay with doing it from just your presentation because you can see your own notes. Some of us are even on phones anyway and won't be able to see the slides, but go ahead and share what you have. We don't necessarily need the slides at this time. We can upload them to the website.
Okay. Oh gosh, I'm sorry about that. Okay. Well, I will go ahead then. So I wanted to talk a little bit today about the possibility of trauma without traumatization. And so what we're talking about here is really the emotional response that our students and the children and youth that we're working with have in the face of some of these challenging events. And so some of my colleagues talked a bit about the negative feelings that naturally occur as a result of experiencing some kind of traumatic event. And so when we have these negative feelings and we are sort of bombarded with emotions that seem overwhelming, it makes it more likely that we begin to ruminate, and those negative emotions set in a way that becomes, on a neurological level, a thought pattern. And so that's when we begin to see things like post-traumatic stress disorder, anxiety, or depression. What's fueling those conditions is really unregulated negative emotion. And so I believe we have one very powerful protective factor and tool at our disposal, which is emotion regulation. And emotion regulation is simply the ability to modulate and control your emotions. So looking under the hood of emotion regulation, it's really interesting to understand what's happening to your brain as you are controlling your emotions. And you may wonder, well, how can simply controlling my emotions protect me from trauma? And we are wired for resilience. So our brains are plastic, meaning they're malleable and changeable. And this means whatever we choose to think on the most will grow. And sorry, I'm getting some feedback in the background. So whatever we choose to think about will grow, be it good or bad. So this means if we consciously bring positive thoughts and memories and messages to our consciousness, the physical substrate of a traumatic memory actually weakens. And we have what's called a Krebs gene or a switch gene. And so when we're thinking about something, again, good or bad, it sparks this process of protein synthesis. So I have a little picture in my slides, but it actually creates, if you could imagine, sort of like a highway for similar thoughts. So it creates proteins that connect like branches to other proteins at a synapse. And that allows for that kind of thought to be processed more quickly. And so on a neurological level, consciously changing your perspective and finding a positive outlook actually rewires that network, that system, to hold other positive thoughts. And so when you're thinking about positive things, particularly in the midst of a very challenging moment, it causes a chemical reaction. Chemicals are released. So oxytocin, dopamine, serotonin actually attack the traumatic thought. And this weakens that connection. So those chemicals strengthen that positive network and weaken and desynchronize the neurons in that negative network, which creates a weakened negative emotional response. And so essentially all this means is as we're thinking positive things, our brain latches onto that. It reproduces that positivity. It allows us to switch our mindset, and it really unwires some of the negative thinking and rumination that would cause us to experience traumatization. So there are a few things that I think are really important for putting this into action, and a few messages that I think are really key for you, both you and your students, to internalize. The first is that you are not a victim to your emotions. And so one of the things that science tells us is that what we pay attention to dictates what we think about, which dictates our emotional response. And for teenagers specifically, emotions can feel very overwhelming and they may think they don't have control over them. But science tells us if we can control what we give our attention to, essentially we can control that whole pathway that ends at that emotional response. Another really important thing to consider is helping your students to use emotion words. And so being able to verbalize and label those emotions, that's something we teach kids very early. You know, we tell 2-year-olds throwing a tantrum, use your words, because when you begin to use your words to verbalize, it really takes us out of that flight or fight, hot reactive processing, and allows for that emotion to no longer just be felt, but to really move from the inside out to a place where it can then be controlled. And then another thing that's really important is to, as you know, are working towards building students' social emotional repertoire, emotion regulation is one facet of that. And I would argue the most important, particularly for our children of color. Remember that just like trauma is very individualized, so should our reactions and our strategies for dealing with the negative emotions that accompany it. I get very annoyed with social emotional learning interventions that have this one size fits all approach. We have to have strategies that reflect our culture, our context, our daily lives, our values, the things that we're experiencing. And students need to learn how to begin to think about and recognize what those things are in their realm and their sphere of control so that they can develop strategies for regulating their emotions, for calming themselves down that actually fit their lives. There are some things, however, that science says are very critical in making emotion regulation more effective. One of those things is breathing. And it sounds very simple, but breathing actually has a lot of very powerful effects on our brain and our physiology. It attenuates that stress response, and it takes us from a place of being reactive to being able to think through. And so I would say, you know, whatever the strategy is that you're helping your students to develop, encourage them before anything to just stop, pause, and breathe. Self-talk is also at the crux of any very effective emotion regulation strategy. And it's something that we do naturally, which is why it's so effective. And you see, again, little children doing this as they're engaged in an activity, they're talking to themselves, and that's all self-talk or private speech, as some psychologists call it. That's all it is. It's talking yourself out of the tree, as my mother would say. And it's really just allowing yourself to create steps to move from that high arousal state to a place where you can then begin to do what psychologists call reframing. And so cognitive reappraisal or reframing is when you've gotten to a place where you're looking at the situation almost as if you're looking through a window and you're saying, okay, I'm going to see this crisis as a challenge, or how am I going to make this situation work for me? And that's a mindset that you develop. So emotion regulation is not just a strategy, although that's how it's often presented, but it's really a mindset of how do I turn this challenge or this difficult situation into a challenge that can work to my benefit. And then there are also just things that you can do to trick your brain, laughing, doing things that you enjoy. There's a theory called broaden and build that shows that if you are engaged in things that elicit positive emotion that you enjoy, if you play an instrument or an artist, or if there's something that you can kind of get wrapped into, it really broadens your thinking, your creativity, and expands your capacity for more positive emotions. So essentially what I described happening on a neurological level, the broaden and build theory emphasizes that. And so in thinking about supporting programming, it's first important that you understand your position in your students' ecology. You are an important adult that is there to support them. And so in order to do that, it's important that you are in a place where you can help them to regulate their emotions by regulating your own emotions. And so prioritizing your own mental health, prioritizing making sure that you're managing your stress well is really critical to being able to support your student. Also encouraging altruism. There's a lot of research that shows that this also kind of tricks our brains. When we do something for someone else, it essentially is showing us and telling us that, okay, I have enough resources not only to take care of me, but to help someone else. In addition to the benefit of helping someone else. And also, I would encourage you to show your vulnerability and model regulation. Research shows that that's how young folks begin to adapt and build this emotional resilience when they see it modeled. And so, if you're having a bad day, talk out loud about, and use emotion words. Talk about some of the ways you're thinking about the situation, how you're changing your perspective. And then another thing is thinking about future orientation. And so helping students to think about their future, as difficult as that may be with so much uncertainty, don't ask them things like, what do you miss? Ask them things like, what are you looking forward to? Have them to imagine, even if it seems fantastical. And then finally, I call this real parent and family engagement. And by that, I mean, your organization or program's readiness to meaningfully uh, engage families in a way that really makes them partners. And so when we talk about equity, we're really talking about making sure that there is a consistency between what's happening in the home environment that's positive and what's happening in that program. And what that requires is the assessment of not only needs, but the assessment of strengths. What are families doing right? What are families doing to support their students? And making sure that those things are reflected in the programming so that there is a synthesis between those environments for the student. And then we often talk about belonging for students, and normally in the context of being, for example, a minority in a predominantly white environment. But to me, belonging really means something more than that. And we need to think about the belonging of our families and our parents. Do they not just have a mechanism to receive information from you, but to be influencers in that decision-making process? To be able, is there a mechanism for them to be able to make decisions and advocate for their child? Are they really involved in the process of planning and thinking and determining strategies to support their child? So I would encourage you to also adapt that broader definition of belonging. And then, of course, thinking about organizational readiness. This time is dynamic, and we have to be ready to reassess our goals, to have contingency plans, to be able to talk about difficult things like racism, and to address trauma. And so even if you are not in a place in your organization or your program to do that yet, you do have, again, one of the most powerful tools that I believe is a protective factor in these traumatic times for our youth. And that's the ability to help them to change their perspective and to begin to choose to think positively, even in the midst of a very challenging situation. And when you do that and help them to build that mindset, you're not just preparing them to deal with the pandemic, but any challenge that they may face in their future.
Thank you so much, Dr. Erin Bogan. What we will do is we will do a breakout room for 10 minutes. And we want you all in your small groups to talk about what does trauma look like, or what might it look like in your program, and what plans are you planning on to create to support your youth? What are some of the ideas that you are thinking about to support your youth? So Tom will break you out into your rooms. We'll also put the question in the chat. And then what we want you to do is basically say, what might trauma look like in your program? And what are you preparing to do as of today to anticipate this? I ask that if you can, please turn on your cameras when you're in your small groups so everybody can get to know each other. And I believe Tom is starting the breakouts now, so you should be able to accept a breakout room.
Yes, and you will be able to unmute your own microphones.
So we ask that one person from each group be a volunteer to kind of be a note taker and share out. And then what we'll do is we'll come back and share out, and you can ask a few questions of the doctors before we end up. And speakers, you're not required to join a room. You can just say join later, or you can join a room. It's up to you.
Pernisha?
Yes.
Hi, I know you're probably working the board. I did see the message about like practical strategies for blended programming technology. I couldn't speak to that. I don't know if you wanted me to speak to that in the chat. I saw Joel had that question because that's something we've been working on, or how do you want to handle that?
Sure. What we can do is, like, right when we come back from the breakouts in 10 minutes, we can take that one as one of the questions. We're going to take 2 questions out of the chat, okay, and have you all answer them. So all right, we can do it then. Okay. Hello, Tim. Welcome. We're running a hair behind, but we will get caught up. But you know how it is with technology.
Not a problem. Yeah, I'm happy you're running a little bit behind. Gives me just a little bit of time. So I have a new computer for my new, but it doesn't like web Cisco as much as my old computer did. So it took me a little time to get in and get ready.
No problem. And I'm going to check in on this room to see how it's going. Tom, I see like 25 people that haven't been put in a room, or is this considered a room?
There's only 3 that I see that are moving people over. I think some people might have dumped out, so I'm moving anybody that showed up over. So,
Kanisha, there was another question in the chat, but I think that Erin,
all your faces. It's truly inspiring to see so many folks committed to this work. So. All righty. So what we're going to do as you all are returning is we're going to do kind of a yes and. Yes, this is a break, but at the same time, this is also a time to share out what you have talked about in your groups, if you like. It's play by choice. And then also an opportunity for you to ask any questions of our presenters. Feel free to unmute yourselves and share what you talked about in your group, or ask any questions. We'll have about 8 to 10 minutes.
I'm happy to share. I'm Karen Dreyfus. I'm with the UWSA project, Odyssey Junior, but I felt like our breakout room really touched on most everything the presenters shared, emotional dysregulation, financial need, access. And so a lot of our discussion was around how our individual programs or organizations were trying to make a plan and tackle some of those real-time needs and adjust to COVID. So I really appreciated the breakout rooms and enjoying the morning. Thank you.
Anyone else? We'd love to hear from all of you if you can, or put them in the chat. We can read the questions aloud.
I'm happy to share. Our group.
Thank you, Joe.
Thank you, Pernisha. Thanks for everyone for putting this on today. We spoke about how to create safe educational environments that are both emotionally and physically safe. And there were some great examples about how people built trust through relationships early on in the program, to learn about individual needs such as their tech access, so they can kind of prepare to make sure they're laying the leveling the playing field for all the students that had a also creating connections between students, families, and their teachers outside of the educational environment, with their making sure that there's that consistent like relationships built on like a network of support for all the students. And I even love, there was a great example about how they, on the first day, they'd actually meet the students outside the building and walk them in. If the building seemed kind of imposing. So I think that we had a nice discussion, and thank you everyone for being in my group.
Anyone else like to share? Or does anyone have any questions for our presenters? Oh, go ahead, Dr. Oz.
Hey, Ozella Thomas from UW Whitewater. One thing we talked about in our group was the trauma of students being isolated. So students constantly been on Zoom, Zoomed out, WebEx out, and trying to bring students back to campus, you know, whether these are high school students or students who are doing summer camps, or our students, one campus have a daycare program. And so whether students are little or like teenagers, how to reteach social cues and interacting face to face is something we think we're going to really need to do to build that type of communication back up. And another thing, a gentleman mentioned from UW Milwaukee, I believe, Talent Search, he said that a lot of their students wasn't necessarily participating as much as they generally do. And so what they started was something called, what was it called? Something nights. Like Zoom nights or mentor nights, where they actually met with students in the evening. They can come in and talk about anything they want to talk about for like an hour. And so they said they had great participation with students that's coming in, just rapping and chatting about various things.
Thank you for sharing, and thank you for that innovation in that space. I know a lot of our youth are having to take care of younger siblings. They're also having to work during the day. So the typical pre-college model of, you know, having a 9-to-5 program may not work for our students in virtual spaces, and we're definitely seeing that it's not always working for schools. And so now is a time to kind of plan for that as well. And also, I would encourage you to work with your campus legal counsel and to think about what does accommodations look like for your programs, because every program is different. But what does COVID-19 accommodations look like if you have a vulnerable student whose family is not ready to get them vaccinated, but yet they need this program to get in college? How are you anticipating those students? And what are your obligations in anticipating that? All righty, so we have about 1 minute left. Are there any last minute questions, or do any of the doctors want to address the question they've seen in the chat before we move on to Camp Doc? I mean, not Camp Doc, American Camp Association.
Just briefly, I saw that there was a question about blended programming when it comes to technology. Things I'll share with contacting offline together experiences is one, seeing if you can get a company, whether it's a tech company or business, to is why hypothesis is available in hotspots. So you might use Samsung, Verizon, IBM, etc. You might also use snail mail, so book boxes. Is there a way for you? It's always nice to get something other than a bill. Young people may not know as much about bills, but can you mail things to them? Can you also use text message options for being in contact and staying connected? So they may not be able to see you, they may be able to contact you in text message. And then are there info hub spaces that you can use alternately instead of just this video Zoom, etc. And the last thing I would say related to what Pernisha just shared and Dr. Oz is don't forget, young people are multitaskers. Annenberg studies show every year that young people are multitaskers. They are on their phone, their email, etc. But they are now learning, and they're on TikTok, and they're on Twitter, and they're somewhere else. So it's not just that they are exhausted by being in social media connected. It's the way we're learning and teaching in addition to these other spaces where they're spending their social time. So we want to think about that as well. And again, I can share more information at another time, but I did want to at least address that question and give some quick ideas. Thank you, Pernisha.
Thank you so much. So you all will be able to see their presentation on our website probably in the next week or so. And we will also share their research. They have a 2-page document that is a really great read. So you can add that to your toolbox as you're preparing to bring minors back. So thank you again, Dr. Noli Gaylord, Dr. Erin Bogan, and Dr. Valerie Bass. You all have been truly inspirational. I can't thank you enough. So now, to transition over to the American Camp Association, we have Tim Huckton here, who I've known since the beginning of my world at UW and ACA, but I've actually known ACA for about 15 years. So I'm an old head in ACA, but ACA can kind of tell us about the camps that actually ran this summer, what went well, what didn't, and what kind of recommendations are coming out from the American Camp Association, the YMCA, and the National Environmental Health and Safety Boards, as they're talking about what does programming look like for minors. So it's not just camps, it's programs, it's youth activities. So Tim, could you come on screen, introduce yourself, and share your knowledge?
Absolutely. So you all can hear me, I'm hoping. So everybody good? Pretty sure you can hear me?
We can see you. I mean, we can hear you, we can't see you.
Okay. It says I'm sharing video, and I can see myself. So,
are you trying to share a slide? Because we don't see a slide.
I'm not sharing a slide at all. So I'm just talking. So, and part of it is because a lot of this information is really just great information to have, things like that. So I'm very excited to be here today. So thank you all for having me. My name is Tim Huckton, and I was working for the American Camp Association up until Friday of last week. And so I actually started a new role this week as the president and CEO of Mo Ranch, which is a retreat and conference center in Texas. And it's actually where I started my camping career 15, 20 years ago. So quite excited to be back at Mo Ranch as well. The things that we want to really kind of talk about today is understanding what kind of happened this last year with camps and programs across the entire country. And as you all know, a lot of things kind of happened and changed. And the big things were that everything pivoted, and hearing that term pivot over and over and over again is a really big one. So essentially what ACA did very early in this process was realizing that camps and conference centers and youth programs were going to need resources as fast as they possibly could to get them prepared for what was coming up this summer. Whether they were going to run this summer, whether they weren't going to run this summer, and how we could help them out as much as we could. So the American Camp Association very quickly, back in March, partnered with Environmental Health and Engineering, which is a health engineering consulting firm in Boston, Massachusetts. And we came up with a plan to essentially start to figure out how to survey the entire country, let them know what was going on, give them resources and tools that they were going to need, and really be able to use those. So before we start talking about the resources that we came up for specifically for COVID, I want to talk a little bit about the programs themselves, about camps. So ACA is a membership organization, and we essentially have 3,100 camps that are members of ACA across the entire country. The camping industry as a whole is a $3.6 billion industry. And over the summer, over 1 million individual seasonal staff are hired every single year to come and work at summer camps. And that serves 10.5 million campers every single year. And so it's important to know what that national reach is, because that national reach changed a little bit this last summer, and the mindset that when we started doing things, we realized that going to change. So things there was when we started working with all of our camps this summer, we started calling every single one of our camps and trying to figure out if they were going to run this summer, if they weren't going to run this summer, how they were planning on doing things, what they were planning on doing, and trying to get an idea of things. Now, every single state was different. Some states were running completely full out and didn't have any problems at all. So I'm in Texas, and so Texas is one of those states that I tell people all the time is trying to race to the bottom of this heap. And we opened up everything very quickly. And while that's good in some ways, it also has some challenges as well. And so in Texas, we had about 70% of the camp programs run their program this summer. Which was a little bit different than what the rest of the country did. So 70% in Texas ran. But then we have other states like Massachusetts or New York or California that they completely shut down and they didn't allow any youth programming whatsoever to happen. And so when ACA learned early that this was going to be an issue, we started calling every single one of our camps, asking what their plans are and how we could help them and what we could do to support them as much as we could. When we did this, we ended up finding out that 70% of the camps across the country were choosing not to run or were being told that they were not allowed to run. So again, that's a very important distinction, is there was a lot of camps in a lot of states that they said they would have run based upon information and tools and resources, things along those lines they could have used. But at the same time, they weren't going to be able to because their state government was telling them they couldn't do this. So 70% across the camps weren't running. So if we know that 10.5 million kids get served by camp programs every single year, right, then we now know, that, and this is just in our ACA camps, that if 70% of those camps didn't run and operate this summer, that 70% of those kids did not get a chance to attend a summer camp program. And the things that summer camp programs are really great for, whether you are a commuter camp, a day camp, a residential program, anything like that, camp is fantastic at building resiliency and building these 21st century learning skills. And so the speaker before talked a lot about resiliency, which is fantastic. And so resiliency is huge, right? There's 3 things that are really helpful for building resiliency. Really great role models. And so building that authentic relationship, okay? Skill building, okay, and doing the skill building in a positive setting, and then having positive experiences. And that's what your camp and your youth programs work on a lot, is being able to build resiliency through in-person relationships, having the ability to build skills as they're there, and then having positive experiences. And so we had kids this year that weren't able to do that because they weren't able to go to camp. My kids were lucky that they actually got to go to camp this year. They were a little bit upset at one point in time that their camp experience got cut from a 3-week camp experience down to a week of camp experience until I explained to them that millions of kids didn't get a chance to go to camp and that how lucky my kids were that they still got a chance to go. And so that kind of put it in perspective for them. So the camps that did run had some new challenges. And so part of the challenge was and first off, I guess I would say that I wouldn't fault any camp or any program for deciding to run camps last year. And I wouldn't fault any program for deciding not to run. I think that camps and camp directors, program administrators, campus administrators, they had a tough decision last year to make based upon incomplete information. Right? At the time that everything was coming out and people were having to make their decisions, the information was not fantastic. We didn't know enough about the virus at that point in time to know whether it was safe or not safe. And so camps decided to run, and we're going to go ahead and do this. Camps also decided not to run. The camps that ran, we know that about 1,000 residential camp programs ran last summer. And out of that, about 10%, so about 75 to 100 of those camps, ended up having some type of issue with COVID. Now, an issue could mean that they had one case of COVID. It could also mean that they had an outbreak of COVID that was more than 5 cases of COVID, whether that be staff or camper. And so we know that 90% of the camps that ran didn't have any issues or problems at all. So I'm going to talk a little bit about the field guide and what we kind of came up with, and we'll talk about this layers of safety lasagna, if you would. So ACA, when we started putting this together, we partnered with EH&E again, and EH&E immediately said, what we need to do is we need to come up with a field guide to help camps and program administrators know what they can do to help mitigate the risk, what they can do to keep their campers and their staff safe, as well as show them some of the challenges that may happen. And so ACA actually has a field guide, and it's being updated regularly. When we originally partnered with EH&E, we planned on keeping them through August of 2020, but because this is still a very dynamic situation, we've kept this going for much, much longer. And actually, at this point in time, ACA is still planning on keeping them on the partnership with us through the end of 2021, I believe in October. So we're going to see regular updates to this field guide book. So there is a multi-chapter field guide book that's posted on the ACA website. We made this resource available and free to everyone. So you do not have to be a member of the American Camp Association to be able to access this resource. And normally with an association such as us, we'd put our best tools behind the paywall so that you'd have to be a member. But we realized early that camps needed this information, and they were going to be taking a huge financial hit if they weren't able to run, or if they did run, seeing a huge decrease in their camp numbers as well. So we wanted to make this resource available for everybody. So this tool is on the ACA website, so it's acacamps.org, and on the top of the website page is a little tab that says COVID-19 resources. And the best resource in there is definitely the guidebook, and so it's the field guidebook. This goes over everything from check-in, check-out, transportation. It talks about the PPE loan, or not the PPE, the PPE, so the personal protective equipment, not the PPP. And it talks a lot about the types of equipment that you would need to run your camp safely. So what we say in this is that camps can decide what they want to implement and what they don't want to implement into their programs. It's really up to you. There's nothing stating in our book that's written into it by law, right? Each county and each state will decide how they're going to run, and they'll be able to decide what's going to be required by law for you. But this is a really great resource, and we shared this with every health department across the entire country. So all the way down to county health officials, we've shared this with them so they get a chance to see this. The more you put in place to protect your kids and your staff, the better, right? So if you want to think about this as a lasagna, right? If we have one layer of lasagna, you got noodles, you got sauce, you got meat, you got cheese, right? It's probably not bad, but it's not a great lasagna. So it's good, but it could be better. So every single layer that you put in for safety and health in your camp programs is going to add to that layer of safety lasagna. Right? So if the first layer is every single camper that comes, we're going to give them hand sanitizer options and be able to wash their hands and sanitize their hands regularly throughout the course of the day. That is a layer of safety. The next one could be that we're going to require everybody to wear a mask all day, every single day while they're in our program. So that's a second layer. Right? The third layer could be that we're going to do some screening ahead of time. And so prior to our in-person gathering, we're going to have the parents and the campers start to do 14 days of screening every single day for 14 days, that they have to fill this document out, and then they have to get this thing signed and notarized, or whatever they decide they might end up doing. But they're going to bring this document to camp stating that this is my camper's health, and they're checking for all the symptoms of COVID. They're checking fevers. They're checking anything they possibly can. And it's helping because it's another layer. Is it a foolproof? No, it's not by any means, right? But it's just another layer in the system. And then on day of check-in, then you're doing another layer by checking temperatures, by doing a health screen in person, just to make sure that nobody's bringing this in. And so every single layer that you put in place makes your camp have the opportunity to fight this a little bit easier. Right. We also know that inside of this, no matter how many layers of safety lasagna you put together, there's a chance that you're still going to end up with COVID in your programs. The same way that schools, there's no way they're going to keep COVID out of a school. And so really, it's what does my response plan look like after I have COVID on my camp? Okay. And every single camp is going to have a different response plan about things that they think are important. All right, so the first one could be that we are going to shut camp down, and we had a case of COVID, so we're going to shut camp down, send everybody home. We'll do contact tracing, let all the parents know, and we're going to deep clean the camp and the program areas, and then in 10 to 14 days, we'll open camp back up. And that is a legitimate option. You can do that if you wanted to. There's also camps, though, that decided what they would do is put the kids into cohorts. small groups that they kept that group together the entire time, minimized interaction with any other group at any point, and they would keep that to themselves and they wouldn't do anything else. And so they would keep that so that if they did end up with a case of COVID in, we'll say, a group of 10-year-olds in a residential setting, they were able to take that group of 10-year-olds and kind of run a shadow camp almost with, they're still doing camp activities, but they are doing things alone and together, and they are not necessarily going to have to go home. Now, a camper that's sick with COVID, they did go home in almost every single case. And so parents were sending or getting their camper home. But the kids that had just had an interaction with them, they would keep them until they started showing signs or symptoms. They would keep them that way. So however camps ended up doing it, every camp had a little bit of a different strategy about what they were going to do and how they were going to do it. But a lot of camps decided, you know what? Halfway through the summer, this is a lot more work than we thought we were going to be able to do. And so we realized that we can't keep up with this anymore. And so we are going to go ahead and close our camps down for the summer. So there were a number of camps that did originally say they were going to run camp, but then based upon how COVID kept expanding in their communities or in their camp community, they decided that what they would need to do would play it safe and just decide to close their camp programs down. The other part of this is that even if you were deciding to run your camp programs last summer, the market was really going to kind of limit itself as far as the number of campers you typically had coming to your camps, right? We know that camps that did run were running at 50 to 70% of their camp capacity. Some of those camps were deciding that they were going to run at lower capacity very specifically because they knew that they needed to have physical distancing, they needed to have protocols in place, and this was the best way to do that by having a smaller staff or a smaller camper footprint. Others didn't limit their numbers, but the market themselves limited. Parents didn't necessarily send their kids to camp because they didn't want their kids to go to camp over the course of this summer. This was also a year that we didn't see a whole lot of first-year campers attending camp programs, because if you're going to send your child to camp for the first time, which is already a big and scary thing to begin with, you're probably not really wanting to do that in the middle of a global pandemic. And so we saw parents that decided not to send their kids as the first-year campers to camp this summer. So the camps that ran would have extra expenses because they would have to take care of things, such as making sure they had hand sanitizer or gloves, masks for every single camper or staff, and how they would handle that. One of the best ways that I saw a camp that did the mask thing was they said everybody wears a mask when we're in public areas. When you're in your bunk, then you don't have to wear a mask. But otherwise, you were wearing a mask pretty much at all times, other than eating as well. And what they would do with that was they gave them these little lanyards that had the alligator clips. And so they could put their mask, their lanyard on, hang their mask down in front of them, and be able to have their mask, but take it off without dropping on the ground or losing it, things along those lines. And so every camp did different things to kind of help mitigate that as much as possible. Just a fun little tidbit. My daughter went to camp, and one of the great things about her going to camp this summer was it was hot, very, very hot, because this is Texas. And so, you know, at any point in time, it could be 95 to 105 degrees, and we could have humidity that goes along with that. My daughter had to wear her mask every single day at camp. She never thought anything of it. They just did it. Right now, she got to school and all these kids were complaining about having to wear a mask. And she goes, "We're air conditioned inside. At camp, it wasn't air conditioned at all. And we had to wear a mask. You'll be fine." Right. So this is a thing that camps ended up teaching as well. I think for the most part, we will see more camps run this summer than they ran last year. Right. We've got things like the vaccine that are starting to come out now. We have a little bit better understanding of how we can handle this and what we can do. But there will be some things that camps will need to be aware of as they're running their camp programs this year. One, how can we make this as safe as we possibly can with our safety lasagna? So that's a big key piece of this is safety lasagna. Let's make this program as safe as we possibly can with all of our non-pharmaceutical interventions to keep our campers and our staff safe. The next part of that is the COVID-related trauma that's going to be coming with our campers when they come back on our campuses and to our camp programs. Right? The average number of hours that kids were spending on screen time before this pandemic for a 9 to 14-year-old was right in that neighborhood of about 6 hours. Now they're spending 8 to 9 hours every single day on a screen. So they're not having this in-person interaction anymore. So as one of the other speakers said, we're going to have to teach them how to have that interaction again, right? So are you training your staff on how to teach your kids how to have interaction? When at the exact same time, your staff is probably also in that same mindset that they have not had that in-person interaction as well. So we're trying to figure out how we can train our staff as much as we can to help them with the social things, the interpersonal relationships, the communication, right? These soft skills that are very, very important for them in their development, but nobody's been practicing those for the last couple of months. The next piece of that is the other part of the COVID-related trauma, where we are going to see people who are coming to camp that abuse has gone up, right? And so they have not been able to get away from abusive situations. And so we expect that this year we'll see a number of increase disclosures of abuse while they're in camp programs, because this could be the first time that they're coming to an area where they're safe and they want to tell somebody about these things. So are you training your staff to be prepared for the fact that there is going to be an increase in this potentially? And you need to be able to help your campers and your staff understand this. What are you doing to help your staff mentally prepare for this and also be supported in this so that they know that they have all the support that they need so that mentally they're not going to get fried as well? And kind of the last piece of this preparation for this summer is you're going to need to overhire your staff. So one of the trends we've noticed over the last 18 months, or sorry, since last summer, was that camps that were running were overhiring staff so that if they had staff members that ended up sick at any point in time, they could send that person either into quarantine or send them home, whatever that looked like for them, right? But they still had to have the right number of staff to meet the ratios that were either through accreditation or through their state laws that said they had to have certain levels of ratios there as well. So understanding that you will need to have additional staff, additional PPE. You're going to need to train your staff a whole lot more effectively this summer on interpersonal relationship skills, on identifying and understanding abuse and how to handle that. And then also teaching them how to be great role models of interpersonal communication and skill sets like that. ACA's got a lot of resources for you, and so there's a ton of information on our ACA website. I know that Pradisha put a couple things in the chat box, and there's some other links up there. There's a lot of webinars talking about program development, a lot of help that's out there, and really anything we can do to kind of help you all out. ACA is here for you all as well. So I am no longer with ACA, but I am also available to you at any point in time. I'll put my information in the chat as well, so that if anybody needs to get a hold of me or wants to get a hold of me, you'll know how to get a hold of me. I'm happy to answer any questions for you. For the last 4 years with ACA, I've been a membership manager, but also specifically working with higher ed institutions and K through 12 schools that run youth programs. So I'm here to be a great resource as much as I possibly can for you.
Thank you, Tim, so much. Your presentations are always amazing. I think I'm echoing. Maybe it's Tim?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. So what I was going to say is that now we're going to do a breakout session, and this topic for you all to discuss will be wait, why am I not seeing it on here? Okay. What preparation have you already started to do to return minors physically to campus? So like, for instance, one thing that I have done is made sure that our directors that are coordinating the PPE and the testing know that minors may return and that we need tests for them too. As many of you know, the new interim system policy 600 states that all that come physically onto our campus must be tested. So this would include minors too. And so what are some other preparations that you could see yourselves doing, and how are you anticipating those costs? So I would encourage you to discuss that in your group, and Tom will start breaking you out into groups. Then what will happen is you'll come back and you can share out to the group, and you can also ask additional questions to Tim. Sound like a plan? And please turn on your camera when you're in your small group so you all can get to know each other. Thank you.
new to this role of kind of centralizing our youth programs on campus. And one of the things our group talked about is having access to devices and internet. So it's, you know, you might think, okay, so we can just flip over to a virtual option if needed. Well, not if the youth that are participating do not have access to a device or internet. So it's not that easy. And so, and this, are you having trouble hearing me, Renisha? Or oh, you're muted, I think.
No, it was my computer, not yours.
Oh, okay, great. And so, I mean, just considering that we, you know, that this is not, COVID's not going to just end, the vaccine isn't a miracle, and there are going to be more issues in the future. And so how can we figure out some more permanent solutions to some of the problems to make sure that our youth are having access to the programs if we have to go back into a virtual environment?
Thank you. Thank you. Someone posted in the group, we got caught off in a very important conversation about vaccination not being approved for minors. I feel that this needs a lot of attention. One thing that I have learned during this time, especially working at Madison and other places, Wisconsin itself is very much an anti-vaxxer kind of environment. You know, folks don't do vaccinations in general. So as we think about the future of the COVID vaccination, I think we're going to have to plan that many of our participants will not be vaccinated. And what will our plans include? And what I used to teach about planning programs is it was important that we documented 5 things: who's here, who's responsible, when, where, and why. The why is very important during this time because you have to assess why you are taking this risk, because no matter what, programs during COVID is a risk. Also, who's here, who's responsible. You'll have to do much more thorough documentation of these interactions and also document those who have or have not been vaccinated. So using HIPAA compliant forms and documents to actually trace and track all this will be very important during this time, because even 3 to 5 years from now, even if we have the vaccination, you will have many students that will not be vaccinated. We have had students get measles, mumps, rubella. We have had polio in camps. It is just something that happens because not everyone is vaccinated. So thank you for posing that question. And I think that you should continue that conversation with your campus. Right now, testing is mandatory. I guarantee that you will have parents that will refuse to have their youth tested, right? And so what is your plan for that? Does that mean that you're going to run a hybrid program and have some in person and some virtual? Because the policy, the system policy is you must be tested to physically be on campus. So those are all things to think about. Any other kind of questions and observations?
Yeah, I do. My name is Meki Aneke. I'm the advisor of the Upward Bound program at Wisconsin La Crosse. So our program deals with more of the high school populace as far as trying to get them streamlined to college. And we're lucky to kind of scramble to make a virtual program out of our typical travel outreach to the community, because the high schools that we reach out to in La Crosse and Monroe communities, as some of the schools are not in the city of La Crosse, so we have to do some driving out. But because of COVID, of course, we can't, because each school had a different notion of opening or closing or hybrid. So we just had a hybrid program, and we have had positive feedback. So I think what we're doing for the program as far as supporting it virtually too was having sure that each student, when they joined the program, just got assigned an iPad. If you had issues with connectivity being in the rural parts of La Crosse and Monroe counties, you got a hotspot too. And with our virtual programming, I know, for example, we had a summer program where we did food around the world. So since our program is grant funded, having to provide the materials using USPS to the best of our ability to package these care packages and send them over has been godsend as far as to being able to reach them and keep them engaged. Now we're trying to account for optimistically the vaccine, and thanks, Joel, for that. As far as, you know, minors maybe getting vaccinated or not, those are questions that at least our program in particular cannot necessarily answer, but the UW system or lacrosse as far as the higher ups could. But for now, we're just assuming that we're still virtual for spring for sure. Summer is a real toss up just because even if we have a plan of attack, the only question I personally will have is, are we still following the local guidelines? Because that's to ultimately decide on how we move, if it's within the counties or even out of, as far as we come back on our quarantine. And also culturally too, we have a higher Hmong populace in our student body. So going back to, would the parents even want them to go, test it, get the vaccine, or even just still be in the program? Those are still questions that we have and still trying to tackle with.
Thank you so much for sharing. We have about 3 minutes left. Does anyone have any questions for ACA or just questions in general that they'd like to continue to pose? So I put in the link for where you all can find the resources. It has the field guide. And also we have a questionnaire that we will send out to you all so you can let your campuses know when you're ready. So everything that's in the field guide is in a form, and you'll be able to upload if you have that communication plan. You'll be able to grade yourself and see if you have everything that you need to do this. And so when you go back to your pre-college liaisons and your campus leadership and say, hey, you know, I've looked at the field guide from ACA, I've looked at the CDC's checklist, and I think I can be about 85% compliant. And then allowing them to make decisions about you running in person, maybe for summer or even fall of next year. We don't think that the programs are just going to open up overnight. We don't think that, okay, you've had this meeting and now you can do spring programs in person. But we want to give you plenty of time to prepare. And that's what this is what do you need to prepare? Okay.
So, Pernisha, if you'll let me just say one thing real fast, and then I'll turn it back over to you. So, ACA does have a Camps on Campus conference coming up February 16 and 17 of this year. If you're a member of ACA, it's $40 to attend that, and it's going to be a 2-day event that talks a lot about all of these things. And so it's really, really great information as well. If you're a non-member, that it's $80, but I'm going to tell you how to be a member here in a second. And the other part of that is if you have multiple people from your campus that want to attend, the first person's $40 and each additional person after that is $15. So you actually get a chance to save a whole lot of money on this conference. You can become an individual member of ACA for free for 1 year. If you just go to acacamps.org and just hover over the tab that says membership, you're going to join as an individual. You'll go in, enter all of your information in there. At the very end, it'll say choose your rate, and you all are educators, so you can choose the educator rate, which is $95. You're going to click on that, and then it's going to ask you to go check out. Right. And at the end, when you're checking out, you're going to put a promo code in there, and that's going to wipe that $95 off of your expense. And the promo code is TIM, and that's TIM, all capital letters, and that will get you in for 1 year of individual membership into ACA. If you reach out to ACA at that point in time and let them know what your role is with the university, they'll also add you to what we call our Camps on Campus group, to where you get emails, newsletters, and then resources that kind of help you out in running your programs. So thank you all so much for having me, and I will turn it back over to Pernisha and your group. So thank you all very much, everybody.
Thank you, Tim. It's been a pleasure. And we can put that information in the chat as well, and we'll put it on the website so you all can remember to use promo code TIM. What I will say is that ACA will be a great resource as you're looking for social emotional kind of activities to put directly into your program as you're thinking about returning minors to campus and doing some of the mental and emotional support. So next up on our roster, we have Dr. Michael Ambrose, founder of Camp Doc. And I've known Michael for quite some time, and he's really been instrumental in helping us kind of document in specifically our residential programs that are licensed, and how we collect medical data and what data we need to collect. And Dr. Michael Ambrose is also, well, he can tell you all about himself, but his background is vast and very specific with youth. And I think will be very instrumental in helping you make decisions about returning your minors to your campus. So without further ado, Dr. Michael Ambrose. I think you're still muted.
Hey, there we go. Hey, Pernisha. Hello, everybody. Thank you all for having me this morning. Excited to be chatting with you here for a little bit. I have a lot of content to get in the next 25 minutes. I will do my best. My goal is to, if nothing else, get you thinking about things and provide you with some resources so you can continue to do some of the additional legwork over these next few months. And so a little bit of background on myself. We'll jump right in here. So I am a board certified pediatrician. I have done all of my training at the University of Michigan, so undergrad, medical school, residency, and I still practice in a pediatric emergency room here in Ann Arbor. So I've been dealing with some of the COVID stuff right on the front line. Fortunately, there has not been a ton of craziness going on in the pediatric world, so it hasn't been terribly crazy in the pediatric ER. I have been involved in camp and camp health for, gosh, 15, 16 years now. Have worked quite a bit with Tim at the American Camp Association, Association for Camp Nursing, and then some of my colleagues at the University of Michigan. We have done a ton of camp-related research and have published studies and data relating to food allergies at camp, head injuries, eating disorders, vaccines, you name it. We've probably looked at it. Fairly recently, a little over a year ago now, I work pretty closely with the American Academy of Pediatrics as well. I was the lead author on their national policy statement, Improving Health and Safety at Camp. This is something, even though we're not going to talk about this document specifically, this is something that I would absolutely encourage all of you to take a look at. It is available for free online if you just search AAP Camp or AAP Improving Health and Safety at Camp. This is sort of the national guidelines, and we collaborated with ACA, with the American Camp Association and the Association of Camp Nursing on this document. But this puts kind of all of the best practices as it relates to health and safety in place. The reason I mention this document here is that in previous years, so this is a document that's released every 3 or 4 years. In previous years, this document was very specific to what we would all kind of think about as traditional residential or day camps. Lucky for all of you, this document has now been expanded with its recent release to encompass camps run on college and university campuses among other kind of non-traditional camp groups. So everything that is considered best practice for many camps is now incorporated in kind of a formal document and statement released by the AAP for all of the programs you're running as well. I worked pretty closely with the American Camp Association to create the COVID-19 field guide. I jumped on a little bit at the end, and it sounds like you guys have already been talking about that document, which is fantastic. I will make some reference to that as well. And then, as Pernisha mentioned, I am the founder and CEO of CampDoc and SchoolDoc, which is an electronic health record software company for camps and schools. We have been working with UW-Madison for, gosh, 5, 6, 7 years now, quite a while. You all were an early adopter of our software, which is great. We have about 1,250 programs across the country, all 50 states internationally, and we do a ton in the higher ed space. So I will jump in, a lot of slides to get through, and then I know you guys are going to go to your breakout sessions, and we'll circle back for some Q&A. So in the next 20 minutes here, I'm going to try and jam pack in quite a few takeaways. So I wanted to start by talking about what did we learn from this past summer, dive into kind of how you can potentially use technology to help prevent outbreaks, and then most importantly, what are all the things you should be thinking about now, as we plan and think about this upcoming summer. So what do we learn from summer 2020? I don't have, at this point, as we're approaching a year of this pandemic, I don't have to tell any of you kind of the craziness that we all experience, right? 124,000 K through 12 schools closed, 55 million students at the end of last school year who were out of school, 82% of overnight camps that didn't operate. So it hit us all quite hard, certainly in the camp world. And addition to the whole community and the whole world. I'm going to try and give you bite-sized things because there's usually I could probably pack in about 90 minutes to give you all this information. So I'm going to try to give you, and I will share with Pernisha to share with all of you links to resources that you all can use. I wanted to touch on and just give you some high-level updates from this CDC report, and I don't know if this has been mentioned in your sessions yet this morning. This was a study that was done and published by the CDC. One of the authors on this research study was Laura Blaisdell, one of the physicians who was one of the 3 medical experts that I worked alongside with on the ACA field guide. And they talked a lot about and worked through kind of specific camps, 4 specific camps in the state of Maine. And I absolutely recognize that, right, this is looking at sort of the traditional camp setting. This is looking at overnight camps, and many of your programs things may be quite different. I imagine they are, but a lot of the lessons learned here are pretty applicable. I caught as I jumped on a few minutes ago. I caught Pernisha referencing talking about sort of accepting risk, right? We all know, and what I always talk about even before COVID, when I would give talks to higher ed institutions and camps about preparing for the summer, right? We all have to recognize that there is some risk associated with attending camp, whether or not you're in the middle of a pandemic or not. Pernisha mentioned a few outbreaks and the cases you've had and some of your campuses in the past. And so, right, the good thing that I think you all need to kind of give yourself pats on the back for is you've dealt with these sorts of things before. Maybe not a global pandemic, but we've dealt with SARS and MERS and flu in previous summers. A few summers ago, we dealt with measles, pretty widespread across the country. And so there's a lot that we can learn from these things. And right, I think everybody has to go in. Certainly, we all want to cross our fingers and hope that there will be no COVID if we are operational this summer, that there will not be any COVID, but we have to accept that there will be some risk, and there is certainly a potential of a case or an outbreak at our programs this summer. And so if you look at some of the results, and I'll share the link to this study, but you can pretty easily Google it. If you just Google CDC camp study, it'll be the first one that pops up. But right, what we did learn, and I'm going to talk a little bit about NPIs, non-pharmaceutical interventions. There were cases of COVID at these camps that operated, but they followed these best practices and guidelines so well that they minimized the spread. They were able to isolate easily, that they did not have to necessarily shut their camps down. Right, that's worst case scenario. Is that right? We're not well prepared, and without a doubt, sometimes things are out of our hands, and we may have to. But putting the best practices in place will reduce your risk as much as possible. So it is important to know that there is not one single strategy that's going to be 100% effective, but the more strategies, the more processes, prevention strategies we can put in place, the better prepared we're going to be. Again, we're approaching a year of this pandemic. There's probably nothing on this slide that is surprising to you, right? But I'll quickly go through each of these. But when we looked at the CDC study, and there's some other research, we haven't published it yet. I've been working pretty closely with the Association of Camp Nursing. We looked at we've looked at data of camps that have run, and the camps that followed the bullet points on this list were the ones without a doubt that were most successful. And the thing that I want to get across so much right now, I'm always somebody that tries to see the glass half full. Right, the craziness of last summer of 2020 is that it was all happening. We were learning so much. Things were changing day to day. Weeks or a month, only a month or so before camp begins. The nice part, if I have to put a positive spin on this, is that we've got 5, 6, 7 months before the summer begins. And so there is a lot of time and a lot of planning and preparation that we can do now. And how and how you communicate that to your families and how you prepare now is going to set you up for success should you operate this summer. So pre-arrival quarantine, this is something that we're all certainly familiar with. There's without a doubt a lot of COVID fatigue right now, and and certainly in certain regions of the country or certain cities, people aren't quarantining as much as they should. But your families want to get their kids to camp. Your campers, your students want to come to camp. And if you lay out the foundation and you set this as a requirement and you notify your families in advance, the camps that did this saw better success rates. Pre-arrival testing, I heard Pernisha mention that already, that is a system-wide requirement. The camps, and some of this will depend on the length of your program. If you are running just a 4 or 5 day program or a weekend event, post-arrival testing may not be quite as important. For those of you that might be running longer programs where kids are there, our students are there for 2 weeks, 3 weeks, perhaps longer. Camps that did post-arrival testing, so about 2 to 3 days after they arrived, and had that in place, were able to weed out students or campers that were missed. Symptom screening, we'll talk a little bit about that in the next little bit. Cohorting, and this is quite important, right? Creating your bubbles or your cohorts, and then a lot of the things that we are very familiar with: face coverings, physical distancing, enhanced hygiene measures, lots of cleaning and disinfecting. And then the big thing that was, I think we all thought was going to work, but proved, and we're really just diving into the data now. So subjectively, or at least on its surface, but we're pretty confident as we take a deeper dive into the data. Ventilation is beyond important. And so the more programming, the more things that you can do outdoors, the better. In many instances, on first glance, the camps that ran and did everything outdoors, they even moved their nursing practices or any first aid, medication administration. Everything was moved outdoors, and some of these were even more less camps that were maybe not a traditional camp out in the woods. They set up a big covered tent, and they did their STEM computer programming classes or coursework outdoors. And so the more that you can do outdoors, meals, activities, most of those camps had no cases of COVID. And so that was something that we felt pretty confident this past spring was going to be important, but it was really solidified as we looked more. How can I use technology to help prevent outbreaks? I'm going to show you a few slides from CampDoc that we've used for a while now with UW-Madison. And so coming up with your plans and practices, whether or not you're using CampDoc or another tool, figuring this stuff out now is going to be super important. We talk about the concept of pre-screening. This is asking a series or a set of questions prior to a student's arrival, prior to your staff's arrival at your program. And so this is, many of you are maybe doing this already if you're, for places you are currently going. The current recommendation, camps have been doing this, and some of this, there may be Department of Health rules or recommendations for your particular counties or cities, but doing this somewhere between 7 to 14 days prior, every single day, telling your parents that you need to take the student's temperature every day and report on this, and so that we can weed out and make sure anybody who is testing or positive or flagging positive on this pre-screening, we're coming up with an alternative plan. That maybe they're not coming the first week. We're deferring their registration to the following week. The second is screening. And so many of you are, my hope is many of you, when your students arrive on campus, are doing some sort of screening, right? This is your lice checks, checking in the medications when your students arrive, making sure nobody has fevers. Many camps, most camps were, or at least should be doing this even before the pandemic. There should be there should be adopted even more in the current environment, where in many instances most camps are taking temperatures, right? Many schools, we're learning a lot from the K through 12 schools that are doing in-person learning now, right? Taking temps right every day upon arrival and answering an additional set of questions. And so within this tool, within the Camp Doc tool, you can do that as well. And then, right, using these tools not just for the sake of collecting the data, but actually reviewing the data and coming up with a process to analyze and make decisions in a decision tree based on the data that you're collecting. One of the things that I absolutely want to point out with this, and there's been a lot of talk, it's not becoming terribly public yet, which is probably a good thing. My hope is that everybody is doing this right across the country, but collecting this pre-screening data and screening data is considered PHI or HIPAA protected information. So just doing your pre-screenings on a Google form or a spreadsheet or a scratch sheet of paper is really a big no-no. And so making sure whatever tools you are using on your campus or whatever you're using for your program meet whatever security privacy requirements are in place. Okay, I'm going to jump in. I got about, I think, 10 minutes left here and kind of talk a little bit about some of the meat of the stuff, what you should be thinking about now, right? We are in the middle of January, and we've got lots of time to be thinking and preparing. And so I'm borrowing a few slides for some of my longer talks, and I'm going to focus on the first two bullet points here. When we think about pre-camp, right before camp is starting, we talk, and I'm going to very briefly touch on all the bullet points, and then I'm going to dive into the CDP and supplies and PPE. So let me skip over that and talk a little bit about local resources. And so when we talk about planning, one of the really important things that you should be thinking about now, in addition to your CDP and supplies and PPE, are communicating with your local resources. So this means, right, those at your university that, at your institution that, you may need to get approval from in order to run particular programs. This may mean, right, following up to make sure you know where to send kids and how to isolate them. Is there anything you're using University Health Services for? In what instance, or what facilities or what locations can you send somebody for testing? Is that testing a rapid test? Is the testing at that facility or that location? How long before you're going to get that PCR test back? The bullet point communication, super, super important. My phrase that I've been using over this last year, this is the time for you all to over communicate. Families, everybody knows and expects that things are going to change, and the recommendations or policies or information that you communicate to your families now very well may change by the time May, June, July hits, but that's okay. They want to hear something from you. And one of the things that we learned very early on is communication about refund policies, right? Policies if your camper if a student is exposed to COVID while they're at your program, are they going to have to be sent home? Are you going to isolate them at your program? If somebody, you want to set something up in place so that your families are very honest with you and providing you with information, accurate information and timely information. So if you make your refund policies very clear, you're more likely to get better results in your pre-screening, right? And so a camper screens positive for a fever 5 days before your program. What's your refund policy? Are they going to be refunded? Are you going to let them defer to come to a program the following week or 2 weeks later after they've done their 10-day quarantine? And communicating that all now, really, really important. Communicating your screening process now. even if you don't know if you're going to have them pre-screened for 10 days or 14 days or a week, letting them know that there will be some sort of pre-screening process and some sort of screening process upon arrival, especially if you're running any programs for some of your younger campers, right? By now, I imagine most kids are probably used to having their foreheads zapped with an infrared thermometer, but some may not. This may be their first experience out into the community, and if that's the case, letting them know to reduce any sort of anxiety. Health history, collecting the information in advance, super, super important. I overheard a little bit you all talking about vaccines and immunizations. I don't think anybody expects that the COVID Pfizer or Moderna vaccines will be available for kids by the time this summer starts, but they very well could be available for your staff, and capturing that data in your health history, really, really important. So let's talk a little bit about a CDP. A CDP, this is a new, shouldn't have been a buzzword, but is now a buzzword in the camp community because of COVID. This is something that we all in the camp medical community have been recommending for years and years now. Right? This is the same thing we would recommend that you have every summer for something like measles or influenza or even a stomach virus. What are you going to do, and who needs to be involved to plan? And so your CDP looks at a few different things. It looks at prevention. How can you prevent the spread of illnesses or outbreaks before camp? How can you prevent the spread of illness during camp? What are your interventions? What are you going to do when an outbreak occurs? And then it talks and thinks through your recovery and mitigation strategies to lead you to resolution. And so the question that I get all the time is, hey, Michael, can you just give me a CDP that I can use at my program? And I wish I could, but the short answer is nope, I cannot. Every one of your programs is completely different. Some of you run commuter day programs. Some of you run overnight programs. Some of you run athletic programs where social distancing may be a little more difficult. Others may run STEM programs, right, where there's more, it's easier to socially distance. The resources at each of your programs, the number of staff may differ. And so I will share this. If you're not able to copy it down, I will share this with Pernisha to disseminate to all of you. If nobody has mentioned or referenced the Association of Camp Nursing yet, this is a fantastic, fantastic group. I don't get any sort of commission or anything for recommending them. I have worked very closely with them for years, and they have lots and lots of free resources. You do not have to be a medical person. You do not have to be a camp nurse to use their resources or to join, but they have a fantastic CDP template, and that is without a doubt your best starting point. And so that will give you and go through a series of questions that you should answer. And this is something you all should start working on this month. If you are planning to run your camps, creating your CDP, figuring out who your key personnel are, figuring out how you're going to isolate someone, what are you going to do in the event that you have an exposure, all of that is covered in your CDP. And your CDPs are all going to look very different depending on access to specific facilities, right? Depending on the population you're serving. I don't think we quite know yet. I know some of you and many of you may be working with international populations. That may not be a thing this summer, but if it is, right, that may be a different policy for sending kids home. You have a kid coming in from overseas and they test positive for COVID. You can't just send them back to their home country. You'll have to isolate them here. And so, right, thinking through all of that is the most important thing from a medical standpoint that you can be working on now. In many state and counties, a CDP is required now because of COVID in order for you to operate. And so that's something I would encourage you to be checking with your local Department of Health as well. In many instances, some of the better well prepared departments of health are asking for it in advance, or in the event that you needed to call on them because you had an outbreak, they may ask to see your CDP, and you don't want to be caught with your pants down, and so you want to make sure you've got your CDP ready. The next thing I will talk about are supplies. This is something that many of you have probably thought about, but probably haven't acted on quite yet. And this is something you should absolutely be thinking about as well. In the ACA field guide that I know Tim was mentioning, and that I've linked to, there is a section on the ACA field guide that specifically references what types of supplies you should have and how many. And that is all accessible for free. I copied and pasted some of the recommendations here, but these are things you probably haven't had to think about in previous years, and unfortunately things you probably haven't had to budget for in previous years. And so thinking through and making sure you are purchasing these well in advance if you are intending to is important. Knock on wood, the supply chain here in the country has gotten better, but it is not great, and things are changing pretty rapidly. So before, this past summer, nobody could get N95s or disposable face masks or gloves. Just recently, those things have become more readily available. Right now, there is still a pretty large shortage on gloves and disinfecting wipes. Those things are still a little bit harder to find. 3-ply face masks are pretty easy. Infrared thermometers are pretty easy. Right, as you develop your CDP, it's going to help inform and guide you on sort of what things you may need. Right, if you're going to be doing check-in and scanning temperatures every single day, and you have a large volume of students at your program, 2 infrared thermometers may not be enough. You may need 5, and you may need to have 5 of your staff checking temperatures. And so, right, as you think through your check-in process, all of that's going to be really important. Pernisha, cut me off if I know I'm going a minute or two over. I only have like 2 slides left.
Okay, keep going. We're almost done.
Okay, cool. The other thing I will reference is part of CampDoc. One of the things that we have done for a long time now, in addition to our electronic health record software, we also we are a medical supply company, and we did this specifically for camps. In many instances, you can find lots of these things, but we had always heard that camp directors were taking multiple trips. They'd go to Costco for these 3 things and Walmart for these 3 things and order these 4 things on Amazon. And we wanted to become a one-stop shop where we could also get discounted pricing for camps without having to buy in bulk. So this is something we've done for a while now. Certainly in the times of COVID, we have expanded into even more PPE. And so if you go to supplies.campdoc.com, and we have recommended items there based on the ACA field guide without having to buy in bulk. I will absolutely admit that some of our pricing is a little bit higher, maybe a 5% higher than what you probably could find on Amazon. But for most of these things, we have immediate availability. And so we have worked with multiple sources in order to get these in the hands of camps. The other thing that I will mention, because I'm pretty excited about it, I've been a very big advocate for food allergies and having camps get access to EpiPens or injectable epinephrine for their programs. And Pernisha, I don't know if UW System has any sort of policy or recommendations on this, but it is a recommendation in the AAP field guide that camps have stock epinephrine, and so we were now able just to secure the AviQ. So we do have the generic EpiPen available that you can get for your camps, and just a few weeks ago we were able to get AviQ. For those of you that aren't familiar, it's about the size of a credit card, and it's almost like an AED where it actually talks to you and tells you exactly what it's electronic and tells you exactly what to do in the event that somebody is having an anaphylactic reaction. And while everybody and all we're talking about is COVID, all the normal things that happen every summer are things you got to still plan for and prepare for as well. The other thing that I will mention here, I don't know how relevant this will be for some of your programs, but if you are planning to do testing at your camp, so certainly the recommendation, sounds like the recommendation from UW System is that people must test prior to their arrival. There are lots of camps that are planning to do testing on site. In the event, right, everybody, again, this is going to be a normal summer, so all of your students are going to have coughs and runny noses and little rashes here or there, the same things they have every summer, but everybody's suspicion is going to be real high for COVID. So every time somebody comes in with a runny nose or camp crud, then I like to call it, everybody's going to be worried about COVID. And so many camps are planning to invest at with some rapid kind of what we would consider at-home testing. These are the two tests that the Association of Camp Nursing and sort of the general camp health community are recommending. They're not real easy to find right now, but production is being ramped up quite a bit, and the hope is by this spring these will be more readily available. The Lucero one is actually a PCR test that can be done at home, a rapid PCR, which is pretty cool, and the Illumi, I think I'm saying that correctly, is an antigen test. So I don't have any affiliation with either of these companies, but I wanted to share that if you intend to make testing at your program part of your CDP. My last slide here, this is a slide I use in some of my other talks too, prevention at camp, thinking through your drop-off and pickup procedures. This is something that's looking much different, and many camps loved this so much they're planning to not go back to the old way, but just doing drop-off and pickup in the car. This certainly for day programs, right? Not getting out and families getting out, lots of goodbyes, but right, kind of like they're doing at my child's daycare right now. They're zapping, taking the temperature while the kid is still in the car, asking the questions while everybody's still in the car, and the camper gets out. We talked about health screening already, training for your staff. We saw a lot of cool programs that ran this past summer that tied sort of your performance evaluation for your staff members to kind of hand hygiene and best practices. So, right, well, you may be evaluating your staff at the end of each session or each week on particular things related to activities that they're running or conflict resolution, right? Putting a section on sort of your checklist of things you're reviewing them on related to sort of best practices, because they have to be the ones modeling good behavior. Reviewing your illness data daily, right? Not just collecting temperatures that we talked about, but actually doing something with this data. And then all of your best practices for those NPIs, the non-pharmaceutical interventions. Okay, I went over. I'm sorry, everybody. This is my email and phone number. I know we're going to circle back, I think, after your breakout session. Whether or not you're a Camp Doc customer doesn't matter. I am always happy to help. You can reach out to me with more specific questions, or you want to bounce an idea off me, give me a call, shoot me an email. I'm always here to help. Okay.
Thank you so much, Michael. And so before we hop into our breakout groups, I wanted to bring up a couple of things. Number one, when you're talking about your university health services and who your resources are on campus, keep in mind that most university health services are paid for through segregated fees, which means that you might have to work with your campus to contract out or other contractors to contract out to cover the cost of assisting you during this time. Also, it goes back to my original statement about crowdsourcing resources. Residential camps that are under the DACCAP license were already required to have some of these protocols in place. And so they might have a person already doing these things. So what I would encourage some of you commuter programs that are running at the same time is what programs on your campus can you partner with to maybe share their medical staff, right? So that you can actually get the help and assistance that you need. So for the breakout sessions, we're going to have you basically discuss what medical parameters have you started thinking about and putting in place. Also, know that for the testing, like I said, we've set aside 40,000 tests specifically for minors coming to campus, and they're working on that now for the spring and summer. And so I think the testing is there, but also keeping a list based on the number of participants that you have. What is it going to cost you for PPE? What is it going to cost you to provide medical services to your youth, and what is it going to cost you to have an isolation plan? Because that also means additional staffing, not just supplies. So I would consider all those things as you break out into your group and talk about what medical thoughts you've had and what plans you've already put into place. And so Tom will break you out into groups now, and we will break out for 12 minutes, and then we'll come back and share. And then Michael, you can just hang around, or you're welcome to hop in a room if you like.
Perfect.
All right, everybody's sent off to their breakout room.
I think this one's going to have a lot of questions. Yeah, I could already see by, what supplies do we need and things like that.
Absolutely. How's the morning been going so far?
Well, people have been very engaged, and I think it was just a topic that people just needed to talk about it. And, as I tell the group, this is just a precursor to introduce the topics, and that we'll have more in-depth workshops, because we can't get everything we need in 25 minutes, but we just need to start the conversation. So.
Yeah, I think that's the right approach. There's so much to think about, and so I always sit and worry when I do some of these talks that everybody just leaves like overwhelmed, like what do I do next? And so, hey, just starting to think about it is
Hello, and welcome back. So we are going to take the next 15 minutes before lunch, and we are going to, one, share out what you all talked about in your group, and then two, any questions that you might have for Dr. Ambrose. So we can do like one at a time. If you just want to unmute yourself and kind of share what you talked about in your group, that would be great. And then maybe a question that may have come out of your group for the doctor. So feel free to just go. And don't forget to unmute.
Don't be shy, all. Somebody's got to have some questions.
I can go. My name's Natalia Ornelas. I'm with UWM, UW Milwaukee specifically, with TRIO and pre-college programs. So out of our group, I think that all the medical questions and guidelines made me specifically nervous, and thinking about our summer programs and thinking of will we ever be prepared to really bring back students on campus? I think prior to this, a lot of us were thinking, yeah, our students need to be back on campus. We need to be back on campus. We're better in person. But honestly, I really wasn't thinking about this part of it, as far as all the precautions we need to take. So I appreciate all the information you shared with us today. And I know our group was thinking about that too. Are we ready? How can we even be ready at this point?
Yeah, Pradesh and I were just talking about that a little bit while you were in your breakout sessions. I'm always fearful when I first give some of these presentations that everybody's going to leave in a panic, and that is absolutely not the intention. My goal is to get you thinking. And so, yes, the short answer is you can do this safely. It may not be easy, but we saw for the 20% of camps that did open, they did it, and they did it well. And your families and your students need this and want this more than ever. And they understand, and with your good communication, they will understand the risks and what you're doing to keep the students as healthy and safe as possible. I packed a lot of information in 25 minutes. Your next best step is to start on that CDP. Get that template from the Association of Camp Nursing. And as you start to put a plan in place, this isn't just, this is with really anything that you're doing. When you're starting a project, it always feels a little more overwhelming in the beginning. But as you start crossing off some of the boxes, Let me think about who my key players are as I craft this plan. Who are my key staff members? Let me start thinking about supplies. But it's only the middle of January, and you have, or hopefully have, plenty of time before your programs start. And if you start checking the boxes on that CDP, the way the ACN's template is designed is great. And it sounds like, Pranisha, that they have access to some of these guidelines and templates already through UW system. And
check out our website. Yeah, check out the website for today's event. The first thing I would recommend is you read the field guide, because even I thought this would be impossible until I read the ACA field guide. And it really put into perspective that 60% of the stuff we were already doing, we just had to put more intentionality behind it. The other thing is that these are just kind of an introduction workshops around how we need to plan. We're going to bring Dr. Ambrose back and have a 2-hour workshop focused on just medical planning. So we just wanted to get you all thinking about all that you needed in place to actually start doing this work. And so if you read the field guide first, and then your pre-college liaisons should be convening work groups with your risk management, your HR, your student services. They should be convening this work group. And within that work group, they can work with your campus to create a plan for all of your programs so there's more quality assurance behind it. But what I would say is work with your pre-college liaisons to see what resources you will have available to you on your particular campus. And then also note that we will continue to do the professional development to support you in your planning. So this is just an introduction. What I will say is most of your residential programs, if they were under the state license, already had a communicable disease plan because it was required for that. And so once again, it's crowdsourcing. Hey, can we duplicate your plan? Can we borrow your plan? And if not, also the manual that we're creating at the system level will have templates for emergency plans, safety plans, and that includes quarantine protocols, isolation protocols, notifying parents about communicable diseases, so communication plans and all that kind of stuff. So we're working tirelessly on this end to make sure that you have those resources in every program.
And the other thing I'll add to that is the question that I would get early on in the days of the pandemic is, oh, well, why do all this stuff when the pandemic is over with, or when we don't have to think about COVID anymore? This isn't going away, and so whether or not you're running programs in June of this year, or you're going to wait and not run programs until October of this year, right? Creating these CDPs, thinking through this, unfortunately, some of these things are probably here to stay. And so working on some of this now is not necessarily a fruitless effort in the event that you don't run your programs, right? You got to get started on it at some point because the stuff that you put into place this summer and hopefully you run and operate will be applicable for summer 2022, which is crazy. We're talking that far out already, but great question.
Thank you. Any other questions or observations from the groups that people would like to share? It's a safe space. Yeah. Karen Stroud-Felton, do you want to share? I can just start calling names that I know share.
Actually, we just had a question come in on the chat. Can you speak to how some of the variants may impact upcoming months?
Yeah, good question. This is, I'm getting a little bit of echo. This is all still very new. We are, we don't know a ton just yet from what we do know, right? That this variant is potentially more contagious, but less, it causes fewer symptoms or is less severe. I think one of the things that perhaps the media is not necessarily focusing on. I don't think, and I think the general medical community doesn't believe that the variant just arrived here in the US in the last week or two. It's probably been here for a while, but now that we're aware of it from Europe, we are now testing and looking at that a little bit more. And so I don't know if we necessarily, I don't think there's consensus yet in the medical community of what we expect to happen next, but it is very likely that that variant has already been here. The encouraging thing is that the vaccine is showing protection against the new variants, which is a great thing. And while you all were in your breakout sessions, Pranisha and I were talking a little bit as well. Most states, and I know sometimes it is dependent on the county or the city too, there's a lot of advocacy work, and I'm involved in a little bit of it to advocate for camp staff, youth staff to get moved up higher in the vaccine priority list. So to be put in sort of the same category as K through 12 teachers. And that's something you all should be thinking about now too, in terms of if the vaccine is readily available, sort of what wording, and I don't know if UW system has something from a higher level, but right, is there going to be words about strongly encouraging your staff members to get the vaccine if it is available? But I think that is, there's a lot more that we'll learn about the new variants in the coming months, but I don't anticipate it having a huge impact on this summer.
And I can piggyback on that you all will hear from DACAP, Stephanie from DACAP later on today. And they've been one of the entities that have been advocating at the legislator level for camps and programming staff to be part of the educator tier, because you all will see these youth before they actually physically get into their school, and you will see these students in masses. And so it's one of the groups that's actually advocating for camps be considered in that tier. So Stephanie may speak to that a little later today, but you all are not forgotten at the legislator level. And it's helpful to have people, like for me, for instance, I'm actually on the board with DACAP and making these recommendations. So the voice of UW system is always present when these decisions are being made and elevated. So any other questions or observations? We want to make sure we get you to lunch right at noon, but we have about 4 minutes.
I saw a question from Carrie come in the chat. Are the AAP best practice guidelines in terms of children or in terms of children and their families? That's a really good question. It's a fairly long document, but if you read through it, you'll see that it really encompasses the entire camp experience. So it talks about recommendations for the camp itself and the camp directors. It talks about recommendations for the families. It talks about recommendations for the children, for the medical staff at your programs, and so really is all-encompassing. It references family camps. I don't know if any of you run family camps where you don't just have children there, but you have the entire family there. One of the things that I would point you to on the Association of Camp Nursing site as well. This is something they've had on there for a while, but I think it's even more applicable now than ever. They have a document or a blog post called Healthy Camp Starts at Home. Did this get I see you nodding, Pranisha. Did somebody reference this already?
No. I've just read that several times, and it's very true. Healthy campers start at home. Yeah.
Yeah. So something I point to all the time, and I'd encourage you all to take a look at that too. Right. It really talks about that. You really need buy-in from your families, and you need if you're running an athletic or a rec program, and you expect there's a lot of physical activity at your program, right? The expectations for the families have to be crystal clear that the camper needs to come well rested and well nourished prior to their arrival. Right? If the expectation this summer is quarantining for 2 weeks prior to arrival at camp, because if you don't, you may miss out on an awesome opportunity. Right? It really talks about that as well. And so that's another resource. That document is great. And many of us in the camp community have relied on that document as well. Great question.
Thank you. Anyone else? You're welcome to type it in the chat. Can you speak to how, oh no, we already did that one. Any other questions? Would anyone like to unmute or type in their question?
Pranisha, could you go back one more question? Like budgets continuing to be cut, and how do we manage staff and resources as we talk about this? Because we're kind of fighting two ends of that one at once.
Absolutely. So I'm going to go back to crowdsourcing. So when you overhire staff, what I would say is overhire and train camp staff for your camp season and make it so they can work in any camp during this time versus every single camp, which you may have 47 camps running on your campus, every single or all 47 staff having to, or all 47 camps having to overhire. So I would create a staff pool, number one. Number two, as far as budgets go, having the conversations with your campus leadership and seeing, you know, what is some of the PPE, what is some of the stuff that's already left there to make sure that you all are part of the conversation to get those resources. And then if you all are receiving grants or you're receiving, you know, funds from the states or other donors, help them understand that there is a cost of safety and a cost of compliance that's more expensive now than years past. And so you have to include that cost in your grant proposal. And I know that I have spoken directly to DPI, Alicia over at DPI, about this. I said, we've had the standard amount of what we would give programs, pre-college programs every year under DPI per participant, and that needs to substantially change now because the actual cost is more substantial per participant. And so I know that in the last 3 months, they've been working on that and trying to see what the modified costs or the modified grants could be for these pre-college programs. So anywhere you get funding from, we'll understand that there are additional costs to do this with minors. And to note that if we don't have support from our institutions, then we can't do the work. And so there has to come a decision like, okay, we can't afford to do it safely. We can't afford to do it the way we need to. Do we hold off on doing it in person another year? Do we hold off on even doing it at all because we can't afford to do it safely? And honestly, if we can't afford to do this work safely, we can't afford to do it at all. But crowdsource, share your resources. Okay, well, it's right at noon, so I will let you all get to lunch, and I look forward to seeing you back at 1 as
they had experienced before. And so one of the things I'll mention later in one of Pranisha's questions is just about how to model that in thought and action. Our young people this is a difficult time for us all, and I don't deny that, but I do think that we are on the cusp of something new. And the more we can encourage our students to embrace what might be coming despite the challenges of now, I think the better prepared they will be.
Thank you. Anne?
Hello, I'm Ann Halbach. I'm in the School of Education at UW-Madison, and I'm the Innovative Program Specialist. And one of my responsibilities coordinating a teacher pipeline program that we have. It's a partnership between the Madison Metropolitan School District and the School of Education. And our is to diversify the teaching force at Madison, as well as do some and diversity within the School of Education. So our programming is year-round. We have a week-long commuter program in the summer, and then our students come to once a week the school year. The pre-college includes introduction to education, career exploration, and college preparation. And we do a lot of things with our team scholars and giving them experiential experiences. We work with our team scholars, apply to our program, and we concentrate on 11th and 12th graders at Madison. And they also will do internships, research with UWSA, and working with teachers. And this year we've finally launched and are able to have our teen scholar 12th graders or seniors will be taking a course this spring in a dual credit, using the dual credit options program. I would say what has been, or what was probably most eye-opening was how much our students really enjoyed connecting. It was a little bit difficult at first to get them to talk, but we found ways to help them engage. And I think engagement is a totally different beast from we had in person. And we had a lot of support from the Madison School District as they were also how to get students to engage. So we felt very fortunate to have those partners with us. The thing I hear from our high school players is how important this connection is and maintaining this connection with each other. So I think it's been a really valuable endeavor. And as Karen said, it was quite a switch, and the time was really difficult to, quickly change our program over a couple week time period to actually be doing it virtually. But there are many ways, and we'll talk about it later, how this might work in the future.
Thank you. Ron?
Got to hit unmute here. Good afternoon, everyone. So I'm Ron Jetty. I'm the director of the Information Technology Academy here at UW-Madison. We're housed in the central IT unit here, DoIT, the Division of Information Technology. We've been around since 2000. We have a 17-year partnership with colleagues in the People program, so Gail's going to be talking about that in a minute. But our students come through ITA. We have 3 sites, one in Madison, one in Lac du Flambeau, and one in Oneida. And so the Madison students, that's historically primarily all in-person year-round activities with the students coming to campus. With our Lac du Flambeau and Oneida sites, those programs are 7 years old. That's set up as a blended learning approach. So a couple times in the fall and a couple times in the spring, staff members go out to those sites and have cohort weekends with our students out there, and then we bring them to campus for a spring conference and for a senior residential experience where all of our rising seniors are together. So we have a mixture of blended learning that's historically been baked into our program, which kind of helped us out at the beginning of all of this. But I would say, just to piggyback on what Ann said in one of the main takeaways here, it's probably self-evident for the 100+ people in this call. This is why we do this youth work. But just like the students get so much out of working together with one another and all that cohort building, this absence of not being able to meet in person is taking a toll on team members. And lots of the work enjoyment is to watch them grow in a multi-year, culmination with their college readiness for UW-Madison. So that's an ongoing issue, is the pandemic fatigue amongst staff as well, that I would share.
Thank you. And I was very strategic with selecting Ron because they have been working on computer technology access in rural communities and tribal communities for years. And so they've been kind of ahead of folks on how to get technology into these areas. And I think that for those of you who are trying to get creative ways of getting technology into your students' hands, Ron would be a great resource. So make sure you connect with him if you have questions about that specifically, and getting technology, computers, Wi-Fi, and all that kind of stuff in some of these areas. Gail Ford.
Thank you, Pranisha, and the whole team for having us here today. Hi, everybody. My name is Gail Ford. I am the director of the Pre-College Enrichment Opportunity Program for Learning Excellence, better known as the People program. We are housed in the Division of Diversity, Equity, and Educational Achievement, which has a dual reporting role to both the Chancellor and the Provost here at UW-Madison. Our program is a pipeline. We admit students in grade 8, and then we support them all the way through degree completion. If they come to UW-Madison, then they get a 4-year tuition scholarship. Our pre-college program admits at grade 8, and then we support them through college enrollment. We are an academic year. We are a year-round program, so we literally never stop. We have 12 academic centers for enrichment, or what we call 8 sites, located in our partnership high schools for students to do after school. And then in the summer, we have a suite of summer programs called People's Summer University, most of which are residential. So students are staying with us on campus anywhere from 2 to 5 weeks. Our goal is to make sure that students who are just below college readiness benchmarks, or students who are in populations that are traditionally overlooked and under-resourced for college success, that they have a resource pipeline to be able to achieve their college dreams too. And so We have about 700 to 800 students in our pre-college pipeline. So when we were charged with the task of turning all of our programming into virtual, one of the big takeaways for us, the first thing that our staff really, I guess, set in our minds for us to have as a motto or mantra going into this work is we ask our students to be resilient and to flip on a dime and still succeed all the time. And so it was really important to us, and my colleague Karen alluded to this as well, that we really model for them, how to keep life going as normal as possible with obviously making adjustments because we are all human, to make sure that they could still have they could still participate in our programs. We're an integral partner with our families. We with our families from 8th grade until they finish with their college degree for those that attend UW-Madison. So we understand the impact that we have and the positive force that we can be in their lives. So it's really important for us to keep that relationship steady and to model for them what resiliency looks like in this time of COVID. So I guess one of the big key takeaways for us with doing virtual programming, everyone has already talked about the timing being really short. And sometimes you have to do less so that you can do more. We definitely cut back our hours with students and really doing some of that level setting and expectation setting for what does success really look like. You can't just take what you did in person and put it on a Zoom meeting. We know that doesn't work. But you have to assess what is success when it comes to virtual programming. What are the expectations that we would like to set for our students and our staff? And how can we do that in an edutaining way as best as possible?
Thank you very much. So they have received the questions ahead of time and decided who will answer them, but I will start with question number 1. What was the most challenging part of converting your programming to a virtual setting? Anyone can answer this now.
I guess maybe I can start if that's okay with my fellow panelists. So we've all alluded to the timeline, which was in some respects the biggest hurdle, trying to create something fulfilling and challenging and rewarding for students within a relatively short period of time. And no matter what industry you work in, no matter what you do, you probably had some version of that last spring. I think the other challenging piece of it was mixed expectations and attitudes of students. Our program is multi-summer, so they spend 3 weeks with us after the first year, several more weeks with us after the second year. If they apply and are admitted to UW-Madison, they then come back for a third summer. And so all 3 cohorts were engaging this past summer in a virtual environment. Some of those students had previously had face-to-face experience in the Bell program. Our entering cohort knew nothing different than the virtual experience. And so trying to maintain morale and positivity and resilience, as my brilliant colleague mentioned just a few moments ago, I think was a really challenging but important piece of kind of what we faced this past year. I think the other piece I would add is helping our instructors get up to speed. In the course of each summer, students take specific Bell courses related to business. They do corporate excursions. There is social emotional programming. And so providing instruction and resources for our instructors, our faculty, our teachers, our mentors to feel confident and to feel adept at engaging with students to the highest degree possible in a remote setting. I think those were 2 of the most intense challenges that we faced last spring.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to share a challenge different from what Karen shared, or kind of all the same?
I can jump in. All of our students in ITA has a tech program, so half of our focus is on academic prep, as I said, about having our seniors be competitive applicants for UW-Madison admission. They all get in somewhere into a post-secondary institution, attend maybe other system campuses or Madison College and transfer in. The other half of what we do then is the technology skills building across a wide spectrum. They do a tech-related internship on campus and come with us. But all of our students at the outset of the program are issued net IDs, and we all provide them a laptop on a loan agreement. It's licensed with all the university licensed software that staff and faculty have. And of course, because they're 15-year-old kids, there are tech issues, troubleshooting that has to occur. So it took much longer than it ever did historically for the imaging project to get done, once we got our delivery in from Dell. And then the ongoing support issues that we usually sort out at one of our 18 Saturday sessions, takes a lot longer now. We have to have extra laptops. And I have one team member who, he's on campus every week at some point, just taking care of repair issues that we have, even though the rest of us are all working remotely. So now we've got the new testing regime coming in, so he's going to have to build the weekly testing into his, work load. So that is very much of a challenge.
And I would just add that I echo a lot of what my colleagues have already shared, but when you get into the virtual, one of the things that we did was we added a new position of virtual classroom manager for each virtual session. And these were mostly undergraduate students who worked for us in the past. And so we hired them in this role to really manage the virtual space, just like we're here in this conference today. And Pranisha has people behind the scenes that are helping to answer questions, get people logged back in that's important for students too. And so if you're able to have funding to be able to do that, we highly recommend having a virtual classroom manager to help with taking attendance, monitoring the chat for students. That was really helpful in making sure that we could use most of our time for instruction time, because we learned very quickly that it could take 20 minutes to start a lesson because you're just trying to get everybody up to speed in the virtual space.
So would anyone like to share what their actual virtual program looked like compared to what it looked like before you were doing all this stuff in person? What were the major changes other than speaking to them through a screen?
I think, one of the things that we had to be very cognizant of was the time. The kids were already in school all day long, and we're already getting burned out from being online. So we shortened our meeting time from 2 hours, which was usually on campus, to 1 hour, and sometimes even cut it to 45 minutes, just making sure that what we was not just flooding them with online time. Also, engagement became just a whole different a way to connect with students in the Madison School District, and I'm sure it's across the state or the country. Students are not required to turn their videos on, so it's really hard to tell whether a student's engaged or not. But we really had to use all of those other features that are available, including the chat, and making sure that students could respond in the way that they were the most comfortable. I think one of the best lessons we had is when we were talking to teachers in the school district, of them reminding us that in a virtual space, you're going into someone's home and you have to be respectful. And for some kids, they don't want to show what's going on in the background. And also, there may be a lot of noise. So really being respectful, and then also acknowledging students. It's easy to look at someone and they can tell that you're looking at them, but when you're online, you don't have that eye-to-eye contact. So using people's names, making comments in the chat, acknowledging that their contributions or their statements have been heard.
Thank you very much. What were some of the platforms maybe that you all used? Were most of you in WebEx? Were you in Teams? Were you in Google Classroom? What were some of your recommended platforms during this time?
I'll jump in right away again. Because we worked with the Madison School District, they were using Zoom for their classroom spaces. So we just kept using the same platform that the school district is using. And that way the students were all familiar with it already.
So our platform is Canvas. As I mentioned, all of our students have net IDs. So our instructional programming is based in Canvas, and we're doing it asynchronously. Like Ann said, there's a real-time overload. So the asynchronous allows for the student to fit it in their schedule on a weekly basis. We do have real-time programming. It's more focused on lighthearted or some fun activities. So that it's not just where's your missing work bandwagon all the time. And I will say one of the things that we're going to carry forward after the pandemic is we're able to offer more tutoring sessions, and we use WebEx for those. So students, no matter where they're in Lac du Flambeau, Oneida, or Madison, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday evenings now, and every other Saturday, we have a number of tutors that are in sessions and link up to provide that assistance. It was always a challenge for us. We would hire students from UW Green Bay to do our tutoring up in the Oneida area. Now all of our tutors are here at UW-Madison, and they can reach all of the young people, and that's going to carry on after the pandemic. So it's one of the silver linings in this whole mess here that we have.
We use Teams and Canvas in combination. And just to give a glimpse of what our program looked like, for the academic year where we used to have our virtual tutoring, we used to have our tutoring sites that were in person in the high schools. Those were from 3 to 6, Monday through Thursday. We expanded our A-site hours to be open from 1 to 6, Monday through Friday, because we wanted, realizing what the student school day looked like, we wanted to have a lot of opportunity for students to come and get services as they needed, trying to be considerate of all the other things that were also going on in their lives. And so the good thing about Teams is there's channels. So we literally had channels set up for each subject. And students would come and check in with the English tutor, or maybe they needed help with trigonometry or geometry. We had channels that were set up for that. We had advising channels that were set up for that. So students got to be able to kind of get into the room to give them that targeted services that they needed, especially during that time. And that was really helpful for us. We had a mix of asynchronous and synchronous activities too, but we also built in what we call college readiness, college life readiness, I should say, where we were doing some of the more fun activities, panels with other college students where they got to talk about their experience virtual, what it was like doing virtual school their freshman year, all the way to seniors who this was their senior year and they're trying to finish out in a virtual semester. We did bingos, a lot of game nights with students to try to make sure that they're getting some of that social time that they were missing from school. Our summer programs, we went from a full day of programming where students were taking 5 classes plus evening activities to now doing half days. And a lot of structure for like the first 20 minutes of the hour, and then more work on your own, do work on your own for the last 20 minutes of the hour, and then 15-minute breaks in between. We also didn't try to do every subject every day. We had Tuesdays and Thursdays was like math and science days, and then Mondays and Wednesdays were more so focused on English, social studies, our writing center, and then Fridays we tried to do fun de-stress activities such as yoga, color therapy, things like that with students. And each level was different. So our rising seniors, what do they need that they're going into their senior year? How can we make sure that their programming is really intentional, as opposed to our freshman student who may need something different because they're getting ready to go into high school. So the time that they met and what they got really did depend on their grade level, and it was really specialized to what that student is what we anticipate that they will need coming up for that next year.
Thank you. I'm kind of doing questions both from our pre-selected list and then a couple from the chat as we go along, because they kind of fall in line with some of the answers that you all have given. And one of the ones was, how have you encouraged students to participate, especially if you can't tell if they're participating because they're not on the cameras? Like, how are you tracking success to know that they're actually engaged in the activity if they're not on the screen?
I think one thing that we found that was really successful is, in the large group, students tended to not really engage, but using breakout rooms and Zoom, putting them in small groups, letting them talk with each other, giving them that space, that was really helpful. And also, using the chat and including games in the programming. So they love doing polls. They like, playing games like Would You Rather. They could go on and on and on. They just, have so much fun, and the craziest things they come up with. And I think that's just really helping them, and it's helping us too, because we know that they're having fun.
Thank you very much. So for those of you who didn't run virtually traditionally, do you all think you will keep some sort of virtual aspect to your program post-COVID-19 closures, knowing what you know today?
I can jump in here. I would say absolutely. We will keep some level of virtual engagement. I've had lots of thoughts about this, and I think we learned a lot this past summer that has already enhanced our connections with students during the academic year. I think going forward, and this actually worked to our benefit. This actually worked for us. We typically start our programming the week after the 4th of July. However, the 4th of July is on a Sunday this year, and so our options were either to delay students coming for a whole week or start the Monday after the 4th of July. And our experience in the virtual realm will allow us to start that Monday for the first week virtually, and then ideally have students come that next week and finish the rest of their Bell summer. And so that really kind of helped us think about the timing of our programming a little differently. I was going to say something else, but I forgot.
It's all good. It's all good. Anyone else thinking about ways to keep a virtual component in their program post-COVID-19 closures?
Absolutely. So we've just already said that a lot of our parent orientations, things of that nature, will probably remain virtual. Anything that we can do to reduce the amount of people in the space. We want our in-person, face-to-face time to really be focused on work that we need to do with the kids, is face-to-face and intentional. We have a virtual writing center that we developed since COVID. We used to do that in our A sites. We're going to keep that in a virtual space because it will allow, especially our seniors, to connect with staff no matter where they are, especially when they start writing on those college essays. Some of our tutoring will definitely still take place, virtually, but we really want to get back to our in-person summer program. Absolutely, we miss that FaceTime. But the virtual world has taught us that some things can be done over a computer screen. Some, not all.
Wonderful. So the next question is, what were some of the financial ramifications, good or bad, when converting to virtual programming? Ramifications technically is bad, but what were the implications or ramifications?
So we did save money based on what we do in a normal year because we weren't housing students. So we didn't have to pay the housing bill for our summer programs, which, allowed us to save money in the coffers. However, so one thing that we did was we reallocated some of that funding to give students stipends for participating in the program. Our seniors already did, our rising seniors, I should say, already did an internship program. And so they got a stipend at the end of the summer for their internship. We were able to offer some of that stipend, a smaller stipend, to our younger students as well. Money doesn't tell the whole story because we also had to hire additional staff, like I said, to do those classroom management positions, but it was nowhere near the cost of housing and food if we were in person. But again, we're losing something by we spend money because we want to get something out of it, right? So I definitely just want to say, yes, we save money, but that is in no way an endorsement to say we need to move the virtual programming because it saves money, because we all know that we're missing that in-person component is super duper important.
And I would lean into that because we absolutely like the People program. We're a summer residential program primarily, and so not having to house students and feed them we saw that in significant savings. However, we needed to provide technology for some of our students. And so making sure we had laptops or hotspots to share with students who would not have been able to participate had we not been able to loan them devices had a financial implication as well. The other thing is making sure that we brought our faculty back in time enough for them to think very intentionally about how to adapt their programming. We were highly synchronous. Most of the experiences that our students had this past summer was synchronous. We did very little asynchronously. And so making sure that we could connect our faculty with resources offered on campus and school, and certainly in the community, so that they could adapt their programming in a way that would benefit students was another different expense, but because of the savings, we were able to reallocate those dollars.
So while we're talking in the lens of funding, we had a question come in that says, many of us in state and DPI funded programs faced furloughs and personnel cuts last summer while trying to launch programs. Challenge in running an understaffed program while dealing with increased need for support personnel. Also have the reality of needing too deep leadership in virtual spaces. Yes, having that classroom monitor on top of having your instructor. And so how did you all manage that? I know that because you didn't have residential programs, you were able to reallocate the funds. But I know that ITA and people are both DPI funded programs, partially funded. So was DPI, were there any modifications in DPI? Was there any flexibility in your DPI?
We use our DPI funds to do the laptop loan program and also to pay for staff. So that funding was spoken for. The rest of the central funding we get, you know, it just gets, it's central funding. So it goes back to campus to make up for, you know, this hundreds of millions of dollars loss that the, you know, university's facing. So, you know, the budget picture isn't any better this year. It's not as bad as what I thought it might have been, but we're, you know, we have a UW Foundation funds. We have private fundraising that sits in the 233 account, and it's not going to go away. But you know, we're trying to get out ahead with some of the purchasing we need. I made notes on the PPE stuff we need, you know, after this. But it's not doing us any good to, you know, send that money back, that central funding back to campus. We chomping at the bit to get back with our students. And like Gail said, they're suffering. I mean, it's when we, unfortunately, as we work our way through the winter and get into the spring here, we're going to exceed the Second World War in terms of deaths in the country, you know, and it's a long-term trauma that this morning's session touched on that we're going to have to help unpack with our young people as well, that we haven't seen for 20 months.
Well, and there's an unfortunate reality in that less funding possibly means fewer students to be served. And I think those are going to have to be hard decisions that programs may have to make, especially those that are under DPI or where their system school has money to serve. And I would say it would make more sense to serve fewer students than to not have enough support or oversight in your program. So I would put the priority in the too deep and the cost of the too deep and look at the number of students to serve, because it might be fewer, so you can afford to have the oversight and the programming personnel that you need. What I've been working with the Madison Metropolitan School District too under Black Excellence, and what I've been seeing is, you know, what are we going to do with these behaviors, right, when they come back, because they're already experiencing them in the virtual space. And they just did away with EROs, and so they're working on like restorative justice plans in the schools. And I think that you might see that in your programs too. What are some of the things that you're going to put in place, and how are you going to support these students that are coming in with this trauma, because it's not just going to disappear simply because they're back in this in-person space. And so it would behoove us to have the proper personnel there to serve the students versus risking, you know, being at a ratio or not having enough support. So just something to think about. And then also goes back to the why you're doing the program. And so when you're talking to your campus leadership and saying, hey, you've made this commitment to increasing the diversity of our pathways and to shoring up our pathways, but we can't help you meet this goal without additional funding for this particular area. And it's working through your pre-college liaisons, because there's going to be a need for funding for PPE. There's going to be a need for funding for additional personnel, and that you're going to have to lean on your campuses for additional support. Okay, I'm off my soapbox. Next question. Let's see here. Have you started a plan A and a plan B for summer 2021? Meaning you know what you're going to do if you have to stay virtual, and then you know what you're going to do if you get the green light to run in person. Are you planning both types of programming right now?
We are planning as if we're going to be in a virtual space, and open to the idea of being in person. We have a lot of questions about in person. I think we all do. There's a lot of variation about how our constituents feel about in person, about vaccinations, about our staff, everybody feeling comfortable with what does that look like. I think an in person. So we're thinking yes about a plan B, but we are planning for plan A, which is virtual program.
Okay.
Plus one for us on that as well. We've got rooms reserved where we'll be ready to cancel those, but we're expecting that we will maintain in this remote posture until the fall, probably.
Okay. All right. Next question. What recommendations do you have for folks planning programs for 2021? What recommendations would you give them today?
As best you can, make a decision to decide. I would say to plan for virtual. That's my first recommendation. Start with preparing your staff and your systems. Start with preparing your staff and your systems. Everybody from the instructional staff have meetings in the same spaces you're going to have students in, so you can understand what that feels like, how to navigate that, because that's going to ultimately help you to understand the nuances of being in that space and providing a meaningful experience for your students once they get into that space. If you can, sit in the spaces, the virtual spaces your students are already in, because it's going to help you to understand how they've been socialized into a virtual space in school and what that looks like, and the new socialization that you're asking them to overcome and to switch over to when they come into a virtual space with you. Understanding those two things is going to help for whatever you plan, because I'm confident the content will be good. But how do you connect? And connecting will help you to connect better if you understand the environment that they're coming from, and then the environment you're asking them to go into. That will help break down a lot of barriers to making sure you get to the meat of what you're trying to achieve in the summer. Watch screen time. Less is more. And cut out some of the fluff. And I would say start every day with the social emotional learning question or activity, and acknowledge the human in the student first before you jump into a math problem.
Thank you. Anyone else have any advice?
How do you follow that, right? Those are incredibly wise words. I guess I want to just lean into the place of understanding what students' experiences are before they engage in the program. I think one of the things that worked in our favor last summer was that during the spring semester, so many school districts, and we draw students from throughout the country, were engaging with students asynchronously. So the fact that we were able to provide a synchronous experience for students kind of helped with encouraging participation, active participation, because it was different from what they had experienced in their own schools. And so I would just add that very small piece to the wonderful advice that my colleague offered.
Okay, so now we will do the breakout groups so people can talk amongst their smaller groups. about some of the planning that they're doing, what they're considering for virtual, if they went virtual this summer, if they didn't this past summer, and just what their plans are for Plan A and Plan B for this summer. So Tom will break you out into your room. You'll have about 10 minutes to talk. We'll do 5 minutes of questions afterwards, and then we'll move on to our next activity. So we'll let Tom break you out.
We're still here.
Oh, the presenters usually get to stay. They don't usually get counted. Tom, do you want to put them in? Yeah, Tom, do you want to put them in room?
Yeah, I'm assigning getting everybody back in.
The magic and joy of signing breakouts.
But I bet we're all going to be experts at this by the time that we get back to in-person. We'll be like, oh, virtual is so much easier. And
well, especially with everybody leaving for lunch and coming back in, you got to reassign. Yep, we're getting them.
the panel was great and very informative, and a lot of good questions are coming in the chat. So thank you. You're on mute, Karen.
So we're glad you're pleased.
Well, because I imagine folks will reach out and say, you know, do you have a template of like what a day looks like? And that's what we want them to do. We want you all to crowdsource your resources, because there are hundreds of years of knowledge in all of these folks in this room. And if we can start sharing our knowledge, we'll be more successful.
Yeah, agreed.
Gloria.
Not working. Welcome back. Welcome back. It is so wonderful to see all of your faces. So we have about 5 minutes. Does anyone want to share out about what they talked about in their group and yeah, just any kind of feedback on the panel and what you thought about the panel and what you discussed in your groups? We have time for about 2 folks. Now, for all of y'all who run programs who don't have kids answer questions in virtual spaces, I'm gonna say y'all one of them, okay?
I'm happy to share. I'm happy to share. I loved our group. We criticized ourselves for being too optimistic and idealistic. No, we were just joking because a friend at lacrosse was talking about running athletic programs, which is quite a challenge in a virtual space. But we talked a little, I liked Gail's comments, and we talked about that a bit too, of letting go of what was and focusing maybe less is more, and really narrowing your vision to what does success really look like for your program. So we had a great session. Thanks.
Something that came up in our group was utilizing the resources that our campuses already have. So at UW-Madison, we can access Menti. We have Teams. Some of us have Canvas, Zoom, Google Docs. Like there's YouTube, right? There's all these resources, some of which UW pays for, and utilizing those and bringing those into the classroom, trying to become as aware of them as possible would be a really good way to kind of bring in that variability. And another great point was made to allow students to sort of pick the timing of courses and give them options and ask for their input so they really have ownership and buy-in over what we're teaching them, so they are learning what they want instead of sort of like what we decide is the canon, is the important thing.
Thank you. Okay, well, it is right at 2 o'clock, so we timed that well. Carrie, did you have a comment? Carrie Brown-Hamlin? Oh, it disappeared. Brown-Lin? Name disappeared, so maybe no. Okay, wonderful. All right, so I will hop into our next section, which will be with Presidium, and James, or I call him Jimmy. He'll tell you what he wants to go by, but Jimmy's going to tell us a little bit about youth protection during this time and then post-COVID-19 closures. So Jimmy, can you introduce yourself and tell us all about your jewels of knowledge?
Yes, thank you so much, Risha, and thank you all so much for allowing me to join y'all. Truly appreciate it. My name is Jimmy Bourgeois. I'm with a group called Presidium. We are an abuse risk management firm that focuses primarily on the risk of working with organizations to protect vulnerable populations. And a lot of times that's minors, some of the most vulnerable. And so today, Renisha asked me to come speak with y'all for a little bit. I know we don't have a ton of time, but on some kind of reminders and best practices post-COVID for working with youth as y'all start to transition back to in-person programming. And I listened to a little bit of the last speaker and group, and it sounds like that's Plan B. And so many of you are still going to or planning on remaining virtually for a little while. However, if you do start to transition back to in-person, that's what we're going to be focusing on today. But I will also be providing links to some resources for best practices for working with youth in virtual programming. So you will have that as well. And so let me just share my screen and we can get started on the presentation. So I will just share here. Okay, can everybody see my screen? Kathy, Kathy, you're
yes, we're good.
Okay, we're good. All right, great. So as I mentioned with Presidium, and what we're going to be covering today is kind of looking at some things to go over with your staff and volunteers and your consumers, so the youth and parents that you serve, as you all start to transition back to programming. And one thing to keep in mind is with Presidium, we truly do believe abuse is preventable. And that's what we stake our claim on, and how we work within organizations is we try to work with programs and organizations that serve vulnerable populations with a prevention style mindset. How many of you have taken some sort of mandated reporting course, or you require some sort of mandated reporting or reporting training to your staff and volunteers that work with in programming?
So that's required for all folks
Okay.
at the University of Wisconsin system, mandated reporting.
And I would imagine so. But what's the problem or the issue with only requiring mandated reporting or focusing on a mandated reporter style of program? What do y'all think? Why is that an issue? And feel free to unmute yourself and answer. We got a smaller group. Yeah, no prevention, said Abby. That's absolutely right. We're only giving the tools if we only do mandated reporting, and if that's all we're requiring and we're checking that box, then we're only giving our staff, volunteers, our program administrators the tools to report and respond to an incident after it's already occurred, right? We're not giving the tools to prevent it from ever occurring in the first place. Exactly, said Mallory. It's reactive, not proactive. And so with that mindset, that is kind of what we're going to be focusing on today, is some preventative strategies for returning back to programming, and some mini minders and things to start considering as you start to develop training protocols and decisions on returning back to programming to go over with your staff. And really, Presidium's foundation is based off of this safety equation. And it makes sense if you think about it from a prevention lens. Is the first thing being with an organization that serves a vulnerable population or one that serves youth is policies. And do we even have written policies in our program that help us define what's appropriate versus what's not? And really, policies are the foundation of any program that serves a vulnerable population, because it allows our staff to know if someone's operating within the normal bounds and reasonable behavior within a program. So, for example, do we have written policies, defining appropriate physical contact versus inappropriate physical contact with the population we serve? Do we have written policies that define verbal interactions? Do we have written policies that define social media, outside contact, gift giving, etc.? The next thing being screening and selection. Are we offering and are we requiring screening requirements for those that want access to the population we serve? Are we putting people through background checks? Are we using interview processes that are more stringent? Do our applications actually allow us to assess for abuse risk? Are we doing references, etc.? And then training. We kind of touched on that a little bit, but is our training more preventative focus, covering red flag behaviors, how to identify offenders, how to respond and address policy violations, not just incidents of abuse? Are we looking at peer-to-peer, how to prevent sexual misconduct between the peers and the youth that we serve, etc., along with how to report and respond in mandated reporting. Monitoring and supervision, and this will kind of be key, and we'll get into this a little bit today as we kind of transition to in-person programming during COVID, with some situations that may come up, such as lower staffing. All of a sudden there's only 1 or 2 kids that day due to a COVID outbreak, or it could be that somebody has COVID and we have to isolate them. How does that look in a monitoring and supervision, with our checks and balances, our rules of 3, etc. Internal feedback systems looks at a program's way they collect data, whether that's through incident reports, surveys, feedbacks from parents and youth, et cetera. And what are we doing with that information? Are we just sticking it in a filing cabinet, or are we actually looking for opportunities for improvement and assessing each year, each quarter, each semester for how we can improve and keep looking at opportunities to help our culture remain safe and protect the populations we serve? The big one here is consumer participation. We're going to get into this a little bit today. But oftentimes when Presidium does assessments of programs or organizations, this is surprisingly the lowest scored operation, which really, is interesting in the sense that many of you and many youth serving programs, their mission or core value of their program is to educate or create a safer environment or to create a culture of inclusion for youth, right? And so consumer participation is just that. It's giving the youth that you serve the tools to protect themselves. So for example, it can be something as simple as you all have some great policies on social media interactions, right? That they're not allowed. You can't be direct messaging or Facebook friends or Instagramming with minors. But if you never let the kids know or the parents you serve know that that's the rule, what's the likelihood that they're ever going to let anybody know if a staff member or volunteer reaches out to them on that? Right? It goes way down because they don't even know it's against the rules. So consumer participation is just that. It's providing the information and tools to allow the population you serve to protect themselves. The last one being responding, and it's not just as we talked about mandated reporting and reporting incidents, but it's also about providing information on how to respond and let people know about red flag behaviors, policy violations as well. And then administrative practices is the idea of this culture of safety. This abuse prevention efforts is a mission from the leadership. It's a top-down approach, and it's something that we're constantly evaluating and looking at for improvements. And rest assured, that's why you all are all here today. That's why Pernisha is making this a priority and something that's taken very, very seriously within the UW system. So that's kind of in a nutshell what Presidium's safety equation is about and kind of the foundations of the prevention mindset and model. Does anybody have any questions kind of about this foundation before we move into the meat of this and kind of get into some best practices as we start to transition back to in-person programming? All right. So after months away from programming, many organizations are starting to re-engage. And really what we want to make sure that we're doing with this is that it's been a long time. And so some things that kind of were second nature to us as we were running programs more regularly on an annual basis with staff that had been around for a while, those things may not be second nature anymore. So it's important to not assume that as we get back to in-person programming, that everything's going to pick up the way it did before. And so some of your young supervisors or younger staff that may have not either been around before or were only around for a little while or were furloughed, et cetera, it's going to be a good idea to kind of come up with a retraining program, a re-evaluation, and a decisions on prioritizing certain aspects of training as we get back to in-person programming. In fact, as around the country, as programs have started to pick back up and going back to in-person, it's interesting, Presidium runs a helpline for a lot of organizations where they can call in and get advice or consultation on how to handle incidents, and not just incidents of abuse, but near misses, policy violations, et cetera. And we've been getting a lot more lower level red flag behaviors reported by staff and consumers with organizations that weren't having those prior to COVID. They had put in a lot of efforts to stop that, but they've been getting them again as they've kind of been coming back to programming. So it's something to kind of remember and prioritize, is that, it may not be just like riding a bike, everything goes smooth. It may be a time to put a point of emphasis on things that we thought were foundational or secondhand knowledge, and that we need to kind of think about our policies and reminding our staff about best practices, working with youth, et cetera. And just to share a story of something that happened recently, we were working with an organization as they returned back to programming. It was also a transition to kind of get back away from the social media, the electronic communication interaction. During COVID, unfortunately, some of that stuff got lax, where we were organizations were allowing their staff or volunteers to communicate in ways they never would have, during in-person programming. And so it resulted in staff and volunteers being able to have minors' phone numbers and being on group texts, etc., and group chats that were harder for supervisors to monitor. Well, as they transitioned back to programming, obviously that was lax, and it's hard to delete numbers and monitor that. Well, some staff members that were on a group chat with some youth, as programming picked back up, and they never removed themselves. They just weren't, actively on it anymore. But we're still, if text messages between the youth on there were being shared, they were still receiving them. They just weren't participating. Well, unfortunately, two of the youth in there were in a relationship, but that relationship ended. And unfortunately, one did not handle it appropriately and really terribly, and started sharing photos, inappropriate photos, with the other youth, from the other youth on that group chat. And unfortunately, now those adult staff members were on that chat as well, and have now received, child pornography. And so, while that's an awful, awful story for many, many reasons, it's important to remember that our staff have been in a different situation. And so as we transition back to in-person programming, we're thinking about those things and how to evaluate, and also how to make sure that those safeguards we had in place prior to COVID are back in place, and we're helping our staff to transition back to away from some of the communication avenues we were doing during virtual. And so some important reminders as we go back to in-person programming is to never think that something's too small or too elementary or too fundamental to go over with our staff. And so this is kind of an easy kind of do's and don'ts for appropriate physical interaction and inappropriate physical interaction. These slides are going to be made available to you all. You all will get copies of these. So these can be good handouts for your staff, or to hand down to your programs that you all oversee or work with, to kind of act as some mini minders and to remind them about what's appropriate versus what's not. And if somebody's doing one of these things, these are the kind of things we want to notice, point out, and report. And some of you may be looking at some of these things thinking, well, these are so obvious. Of course somebody would report these things if they saw it. But I'll tell you, all of these examples come from different organizations that we have worked with at Presidium that didn't have these as written policies, and people were doing these things, and other staff members and volunteers were not reporting them because either they viewed them as, oh, well, that's the way so-and-so's always acted, or I'm sure someone else is reporting it, or I'm sure if it was really bad, our supervisor would say something, etc. So it's just important to keep in mind that the clearer we are with our policies, and the clearer we are with our do's and don'ts in appropriate versus inappropriate interactions, the increase in our reporting goes way up, especially with working with young staff who are a little bit more gun shy about reporting, and especially about reporting on older staff. And here's again some do's and don'ts of verbal interactions that you all can use as a resource as well. And so another thing to keep in mind too, and to remind with your staff, is to go over red flag behaviors. These are things we want our staff and volunteers to make sure that they're drawing attention to and that they're reporting and responding to. Now, just because somebody does one of these things, does that mean that they're an offender? No, absolutely not. It just means that there's something we want to be able to address, correct, and train on, and then determine if someone's trainable, right? If we've corrected them about these things quite a few times, then we need to really make a determination on whether they're appropriate for working within our program. And it's important to remind our staff as they come back to programming is that we really want to make sure that we're looking for clusters of these things. If they're not reporting these things, and somebody's done this once, twice, 3 times, 4 times, but nobody's letting our supervisors know, then we're not able to find out if there's a pattern, right? The reminding your staff that as they are running your programs in their staff, as they come back to programming, that just because you've seen something once doesn't mean that that's the only time it's ever happened. And so that's really the key and importance in this prevention model, is that we've got to stress and make sure, and we put an emphasis on, and it's included in our job descriptions, it's included in our training, that we really respond and report and document these red flag behaviors if we really want to get into that preventative mindset. any questions about kind of the appropriate interactions, kind of training or things that you want to cover in that realm?
Actually, could you go back to that slide for just about a minute longer?
Yeah. Did you want to kind of copy something down, or did you have a question?
Copy down.
Yeah, go for it. And like I said, these are going to be shared, and you all can have them as a handout. Renisha, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe there's going to be a website where they can download different resources.
Yep, it will be on our the same site as the registration is. So you'll be able to access it there. And then a lot of this information is in the youth protection training that we're doing for campus as far as like how it looks in our particular programs. And so we do remind you of all of these things because some of those things were already in your codes of conduct. And so we just have to update you and remind you of those things. So we can definitely help with that and getting you that information through the campus's trainings because it's included now.
Yeah, absolutely. And I know too, Renisha, when you've worked at different times in developing policies for the campus, and you've also put a lot of these best practices and informed them as policies as well.
Yeah.
So yeah, like I said, you will have all of these available, and also there will be links to some other actually more tangible resources and best practices for actually working with youth in virtual settings that lay out some really great kind of roadmaps and policies that you all can adopt in your virtual programs too, so you don't have to reinvent the wheel. Okay, so as we transition back to in-person programming, one thing that, a lot of, when you're taking abuse prevention training, you're always usually stressed that one thing you have to look out for is limiting that privacy. And one way to limit that privacy or those one-on-one interactions is to create rules, policies, safeguards around preventing outside contact or contact away from the supervision and structure of the program. Well, during virtual programming, that's a lot harder to do, right? Because there is no real facility that we're all monitoring and looking at. So, we can put safeguards in place around our Zoom interactions or our GroupMes or our Teams, etc. But at the end of the day, it's much easier to gain someone's email, text, social media, etc., and have outside contact going on that supervisors have no idea that it's happening. And so, as a kind of that story I told you about that group text, it's going to be important for you all to reinforce with your program leadership and your staff that outside contact needs to be stressed, that there are rules in place that we have to now transition away from as we get back to in-person programming, and that we're not going to be allowed to maybe have the same limits or same lax rules on social media or text or email, et cetera, that we were doing during virtual, that we're going back to, hey, if you're going to communicate with youth, it needs to be in programming during these hours, et cetera. It needs to be on this specific channel, needs to be on this specific platform, et cetera. It can't be just carte blanche where it can be done anywhere. And I believe a question just came through the chat. I'm sorry, I can't see it. Renisha, do you mind reading it to me?
It says, where do we access the virtual guidelines for working with youth that James mentioned? So if you go to our website, you can see links directly to some of these presentations. And what we will do is we will get that up in the next week so you can see all of these presentations again. And then there is guidance under the youth protection site for system around how to work with minors in virtual spaces, how to do marketing to minors under COPA. So all of those resources are on the pre-college youth protection resource page.
Yeah, and just to kind of piggyback on that, Presidium has also developed a specific dedicated COVID-19 kind of virtual programming landing page that I've shared with the team here, and they will be providing that link as well, and that will be found on that same website that was just mentioned. And there's 3 or 4 great kind of one-pagers and resources on virtual interactions and best practices for electronic communication, kind of some reporting and responding reminders as well. But just to kind of hit home the last couple points here is that, one thing to think about in virtual programming and transitioning back to in-person is that rule of 3. It really shouldn't matter whether it's in-person or virtual. We should keep that rule of 3 the best we can. And one way we can do that is by, just like, you would a group text with your friends, CCing your supervisor or requiring that a supervisor or another staff member or a parent is always on that communication, right? And that even if it's a text message or an email etc. However we're allowing it, we require that a third person is on that text, just like we would not want it one-on-ones. And then also, if you don't already have policies around the expectations for things like babysitting, tutoring, outside coaching, etc., making sure that we do have policies around that, whether it's a complete zero tolerance for it, or if we're allowing it in some regards, we put some safeguards and some boundaries and some ways for us as supervisors to monitor that or check in, or it's scheduled. For example, yes, you can do that, but you have to get approval from the supervisor. You've got to get approval from the parent. We have to have a waiver. It's got to be signed, documented. Could be another exception a lot of programs use is a pre-existing relationship. Like, for example, I work for your program, and my younger cousin is in the program. And so obviously I'm going to be able to potentially take that child home or see him on the weekends, etc. But by having a pre-existing waiver relationship, then it allows it to be documented. It allows the rule not to be watered down, etc. And so people know if I am operating outside, it's not like nobody's saying anything or ignoring it. It's because I have that waiver and we've gone through the proper channels to get it done. Anybody have any questions about outside contact or things that they've had difficulties with or things they'd like to share?
I do have a question. My name is Natalia. I'm at UW Milwaukee with the Upper Bound program. And so, hi, thank you for your presentation today. It's very informational, and I took pictures of the screens to help me later. I have to say, though, I think that one of the challenges that we had is that when we were in person, we went to a lot of field trips. A lot of traveling with our students. So our students had our cell phone numbers because we would break out in groups. So it was important that we were able to access each other at all times. So when we went completely virtual, talking to our students about, hey, you need to contact us at these times and only through these means was a challenge because our students still reverted back to our cell phones.
Yeah.
So it's not really a question, it's just me expressing that that's a challenge because having their cell phone numbers and them having our cell phone numbers helped us maintain contact when we went virtual.
Yeah, no, and you're not alone in that. I mean, a lot of people kind of had to adjust on the fly, and we're trying to keep correspondence, especially those programs working with underprivileged youth or youth from a difficult situation, or an outreach program where it's the first youth in their family to go to college, or first generation child, situations like that where like communication is key, keeping that communication going in order to keep them moving on the path that they were, the momentum that was there. So you're absolutely not alone. One thing we have seen that a lot of organizations have found effective, even in doing that is one, even if you have to use your cell phones because there's really no other option, well, using, setting up the number so it's on a Google chat, so it's not your personal information, or if you're going to text or communicate with the youth, you can still CC or text, including another staff member or another youth or another parent, somebody on there to kind of help limit that risk. And then also creating a documentation process so that, for example, if I do have a phone call, I am then documenting it immediately in some kind of documentation software, or the next day I'm emailing my supervisor saying, hey, I had a call from this time to this time. This is what we discussed, etc. So it kind of helps reduce that kind of unknown anonymity, and kind of keeps at least some structure there. But ideally, you wouldn't want to be using your personal cell phones. You want to be able to use, like if some people are putting in the chat, some kind of software that supervisors can monitor, and there's not an ability for me, for example, to hide the chat or have a private one-on-one that can never be looked at or rechecked or reviewed, etc. But thank you so much for sharing that challenge. Like I said, you're not alone, and it's something that a lot of youth programs have struggled with. Anybody have anything else or anything they'd like to share?
I just like to say that for the programs that I ran over the years, because mine were overseas, I found that WeChat and WhatsApp worked really well. And the requirement was that it couldn't be a one-on-one. There always had to be like either the parent in the chat with the students, or it had to be a group of students getting the same information at the same time. And what I would say is if it was something personal between a student, like a behavior issue, that you would CC the director anyway, because all behavior reprimands need to be escalated to the director so they're aware too. So there's not really an occasion where you need to be completely one-on-one with the youth, with the modern technology that's here to protect you and the students. And I always tell folks the story of when I was at a camp in Italy, and the kid was being kicked out for drinking, and he started hitting himself and bruising himself. And I was on the phone with his mother, getting ready to send him home, and he started yelling out, she's beating me, she's beating me. And if we would have just been the only two in the room, the mother, the first thing she said is, why are you harming my child? And luckily there was another counselor in the room, because this not only protects you, but it protects the participant. So this too deep, having multiple people accountable to witness is very important. So when you're doing academic work with FERPA, the academic work is being documented. The time of your advising session, what was covered in the session, is documented. So you're not necessarily alone, nor do you need to use your personal cell phone for advising, as in that would be a work function. And so if you're doing that from work, on your work phone and on your work computer.
Absolutely, that's a great example of something on why it's so important to have a secondary person from a false allegation standpoint too. And sometimes that's the way that hits home on individuals from a training perspective a little better. So from a false allegation standpoint, that is why you want another person on there, is so that it's not a your word versus theirs. And another thing, someone just asked, I believe, is, but basically the point they're getting at, what about programs where it is naturally one-on-one, right? Like a academic advisor or a mentoring program or a tutoring program. And so we're not saying that you have to absolutely cut those programs out. And by no means, I mean, those are great programs that are so important and integral to the mission of the universities. However, as Pernisha was just kind of getting at, is that you can set up safeguards that help with those and reduce those risks. So there's a big difference between me having a one-on-one interaction from a tutoring, mentoring, or academic outreach standpoint at 11 a.m. on a Thursday and me having a one-on-one conversation at 9 p.m. on a Friday. So making sure that we have kind of some procedures in place that say, hey, if you're going to have one-on-one interactions with youth, they happen on Tuesdays and Thursdays from 11 a.m. to 3 p.m., for example. So we know if something's happening outside of that, it's something we want to look into. We know, as a supervisor knows when they're going to happen, right? So a supervisor knows that, hey, he's going to have his one-on-one with, with his youth and programming from, 2:30 to 3:30. So he's going to send me an email when it starts, and he's going to send me an email when it's done. And then there'll be a report afterwards, that says what they've covered, if anything was out of the norm, etc. And then we'll also get into, the importance of providing that consumer participation tool, giving information to the youth, especially in those one-on-one programs, how to protect themselves, how to report concerns, what the rules and expectations are. And so they know if something's out of the norm, they know they can go to more than one person than just the individual that they're in programming with. Because obviously, if that's the individual causing the issue, that's a huge barrier to reporting. And so providing more avenues to report concerns is key to that. Any other questions about the outside contact or anything else anybody else wants to bring up?
Can I ask, is that the same advice you would give if, so sometimes I have current pharmacy students who will be like student ambassadors, and they once in a while will get a high schooler that wants to talk with the student, just about the process, the missions, advice they would give, and that's one-on-one. This isn't anything in relation to the camp, but it could be. But is that the same advice you would give to that population?
Yeah, absolutely. That's a great question, and it's something we need to think about as a youth serving program that it specifically has student workers or student volunteers working with around middle school to high school age kids, because it's very, very likely that, hey, I'm a high school age kid, I want to go into the pharmacy program. It makes sense for me to reach out to students in the pharmacy program and say, well, what's it like? Is it everything you thought it would be? How did you do it? What do I need to do, etc. So that's very common. So as a program that's overseeing that, as a leadership within that program, coming up with procedures and safeguards to address that from the beginning can help. So yes, absolutely. I'm not saying you have to completely cut those types of communications off, but by having kind of scheduled times when they can occur, whether that's an open door sessions can happen, this time to this time, and you can't call this Zoom meeting to have, speak with, hey, Jimmy's going to represent the student staff today. If you'd like to ask him any questions, it's from this time to this time. Or if it's a one-off thing where it needs to be a little bit more like kind of like getting a cup of coffee, if it was in the, back in the real in-person days, we schedule that with our supervisor. The supervisor's giving approval. We check in before and we check in after. So yeah, absolutely.
Thank you.
No problem. Anything else?
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. So kind of moving on, I know we have a short amount of time here, so Pranisha, tell me if I need to cut me off here at any time if you need me to do so.
You got about 3 minutes. 3 minutes.
Oh gosh. Okay. Well, then I'm going to zoom through this. But anyway, as we go into monitoring and supervision, as we get back to in-person, I heard somebody mention this on the previous presentation, and it's such a good idea. But actually go to the facility you're going to be in, the rooms you're going to rent. Understand where your pain points will be, where the harder points to monitor will be. Are there rooms that we need to make sure they're locked, unused maintenance closets, things like that. Ensure we have a safety check in place, where either supervisors or other staff members who aren't directly doing the program are walking around, making rounds and doing checks. That can be a huge way to help support and monitor the facilities and programs going on. It's also a good idea in Zoom interactions, right? You have another person drop in just to kind of check and be there and act as another individual to help supervise. For peer-to-peer, we want to make sure that we have our line of sight supervision. We're maintaining our ratios even during these COVID times, which can be difficult. We never want to leave somebody one-on-one. So having supervisors fill in or other staff members or volunteers fill in where needed is something to think about, especially kind of planning that out. If all of a sudden, what if a staff or a couple of staff get COVID? How are we going to handle that? Are we going to transition to virtual that day? So coming up with those plans prior to, instead of trying to figure them out on the fly, will be the best way to ensure that we're not just leaving ourselves up to a big exposure on the day of. And really the biggest thing about peer-to-peer is hitting home with your staff and volunteers that there's no, there's zero tolerance, right? We're not trying to give them the responsibility of deciding, is it normal teenage behavior, normal sexual curiosity, or is this actual sexual misconduct? It's just zero tolerance while they're in our programs, right? It takes away from the mission and the ideals and from the other youth and programming if we're allowing it to go on. So really kind of hitting home that it's just zero tolerance. We respond to everything. And it could be in a virtual setting. It could be sharing images. It could be inappropriate jokes. It could be things talked about in the chat. And so we want to make sure that we're stressing the zero tolerance with that. So some real key things as you kind of transition to in-person is to kind of hit maybe some pre and post day meetings that you normally wouldn't do back in the day. Making sure we're doing check-ins on a more frequent basis, finding what things are going well, what are our pain points, where are opportunities for improvement, maybe include a review of the day's incidents to kind of use as teachable moments for the entire program and entire staff or volunteers, right? Don't just keep it isolated, because there's something, I guarantee if one person's having the issue, other people are. So, use that as teachable moments, especially in this as we kind of transition back to kind of get back in the groove of things and understand, what our problems are that we need to kind of maybe adjust policies or procedures upon in order to continue to improve the program. And I know we're kind of running short on time, so I'm going to kind of move through. But I want to make sure that we stress this point here is that this is going to be big, is involving your parents, maybe more so than you normally did back prior to COVID or during COVID, is, there's such a new transition. There's so many new moving parts. This is a lot of times this is the first time they've been in virtual programming or back to in-person programming. And so giving them the policies, our code of conducts, copies of those things can be huge in helping keep our parents involved, giving them the schedule. You were talking, a lot of you were talking about how you may need to have one-on-one interactions. Well, if parents know the schedule and their child is, speaking with an adult from 2 to 3 p.m. on a Thursday, that's okay. But if they know their child's now speaking with that same adult at, 4 p.m. on a Saturday, that may be something they want to at least ask about if it's not against the rules. So, providing them the information up front can be helpful as well. And ensure parents know how to report concerns, more so than just one person's contact information. There should be multiple avenues for parents to let you all know or supervisors know if there's an issue going on and we need to address it. Because the more and more avenues you give, the more ability you all have to address things before they escalate. And obviously they bring down barriers to reporting with avenues we have to report.
Okay. So why don't we break out for 10 minutes, and then for this breakout session, talk about what protection parameters you are anticipating putting in place or that you've already had in place based on this presentation. And what I will tell you is that along with the protection and the prevention, to keep your eyes open to the fact that we will have more reports coming back in. Statistically, there have been more incidents of abuse, but less reporting during this time because youth haven't had access to those folks that would normally be doing the reporting. So I think Tim even brought it up earlier. We anticipate an increased number of reports being made the moment that these youth are able to get out and be with people that can hear them. And keep in mind that if you start your programs in the summer, that they will see you before they see their school teachers. So you would be that first line of defense. And so talk about what you'll do for prevention measures or what you already have in place. And then also your thoughts on how you'll support your staff and making sure they know how to report, when to report, and things like that. So take about 10 minutes to discuss that in your groups. And Tom will send you out now.
Now, welcome back, everybody.
All right, so we're going to take about 5 minutes and let you all share out what you talked about in your groups around protection parameters or what you'll do in the future. And then we will hop into some of the requirements under state licensing. So would anyone or one or two people like to share out, or if you have a question for Jimmy?
I'll just kind of, while y'all are thinking about questions, some of you asked about the link to those resources I mentioned. I just shared it in the chat as well, but it will also be on that dedicated landing page that was mentioned earlier too. But you all can go ahead and start accessing them right there in the chat if you'd like.
Okay, no questions or observations from the groups when you did your breakouts?
Yes, my name is Marshall Loomis, UW Milwaukee.
Hey, Marshall.
Yeah, so one of the things that we did talk about is, so if there's an outbreak, so let's say we have, let's say there's 2 adults and there's 20 children and there's an outbreak, what are we going to do when one adult needs to be with, let's say there's 2 children that have COVID, now you're left with one adult with the other 18 children. Where's the space? And also, what is it that we're going to do? It needs to be that ratio of one adult to every 8 or 10 kids, right? So
I would say that goes back to Tim's recommendation that they've seen across all programs is that they had to overhire. So what I would say as a university institution, I would share your overhires with the entire youth programs on your campus so that you have a certain number of people trained and ready to go that can be on call to come in. Because believe it or not, it's going to happen. And one of the biggest things is, what happens if a staff member gets sick and tests positive? And so then you fall out a ratio then, right? So it's going to happen. And so if we plan proactively, that would mean overhiring or creating a pool of staff that you can pull for that are trained, tested, and vetted that can come in and fill in if you have something happen.
Sure.
So,
one thing I brought to the table too is there's always offers to volunteer for other events. So you have like a second tier because there's always the budgetary issue. If you have a second tier of volunteers, almost like a volunteer firefighter, if this happens, you enlist the volunteer firefighters, right?
And you train all your volunteers the same way you train your staff, so they have the same information coming in. Exactly.
Yeah, I like that, definitely.
I'll just add too, Marshall, I think Bernice's exactly right with everything she said. But one thing too is it kind of goes back to knowing your facility and kind of planning this out from the beginning. We've seen a lot of programs and camps in similar situations like Boys and Girls Clubs or summer camps or other higher ed institutions is what they'll do is they'll find a space that allows the staff to kind of stand outside the door, a room that has windows on all sides, or an office that has windows, and they'll put the child in there. And that way that the staff member can still kind of stand, be visible for the child that's in quarantine, and still maybe keep an eye on or be helpful to other things going on in the program. So finding a spot that allows kind of that line of sight, or the ability to kind of, stand and watch, kind of like if you were standing in a doorway and trying to watch two rooms, something like that, that allows it a little easier. I mean, it's going to be hard to navigate, and you're going to run into situations where it's going to be difficult. Another idea is that, the supervisors are on call to fill in for actual in-person staffing as well, right? You have a floating supervisor that's there and on call, different weeks or rotating like that, where they can fit in as well.
And that goes into creating your communicable disease protocol, and making sure that you know who will do what, when, and where. And so just taking that into consideration as well. And then also in your communication plan, making sure you notify parents how much time they have to come and pick up a youth. And that keeps you from having a staff occupied all day versus maybe 1 hour. So think about that too in your communication and pickup plan if somebody is sick. Any other observations or discussions in the group?
Or questions?
All right. Well, thank you very much, Jimmy. It has been a pleasure, and we look forward to working with you and seeing what happens in our programs moving forward. Oh, Lindsay brought up that that's a huge challenge for out-of-state campers. Most of your out-of-state campers would be in residential programs. Residential programs are required to have medical staff on site under the license in Wisconsin. And so your medical site is set up for quarantine and isolation overnight at UW-Madison. And they have the ratios. Yeah. All righty.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I also just put my email in there if anybody wants to kind of chat offline or has additional questions or follow-up or needs any other resources. But thank you all so much.
All righty. So next up, we will have the Department of Agriculture and Trade and Consumer Protection camp licensing. So for many of you, if you are a licensed camp in the state of Wisconsin, this is your licensing entity. And Stephanie will be talking about some of the observations they're seeing during this time and kind of some of the new expectations that might be coming out. Now, keep in mind that the licensing board license residential programs. So our commuter programs do not fall under that category. So just keep that in mind too, but it does not mean that if you're a commuter program that you should not absorb some of these best practices in order to do your programming safely. All right, Stephanie.
Okay, I'm going to unmute myself and then I will share with you all just so that I have this down here. Thank you, Pranisha, for inviting me. And I just want to quickly confirm you can see my screen here.
Yes, we can.
Yes, we can.
Great. Okay. Well, you have put in a long day. I know I jumped in earlier and I'm glad to hear some repetitiveness here from Tim and Dr. Ambrose. And so if you hear things repeated, I think it's a good sign. It feels like it's worth taking note of if you hear it repeated. So my role—
Stephanie, we see your notes, not your slide part.
Oh,
so
okay.
if you want to switch the cast.
Yep. Let's see.
If you click on display settings and just switch it, it should just switch it for you up at the top of the screen. Yep.
Okay.
So swap. There we go.
I got it swapped. Do you see it now?
Yep, you're perfect.
All right, perfect. Let me just grab here. Thanks for your patience. Okay, so you can see the objective there on the screen. So my role at the Department of Agriculture, Trade, and Consumer Protection is, along with many local health departments, is the licensing and inspection of recreational education camps statewide. And that includes the overnight stays. If there are day camps or day programs, they are regulated by the Wisconsin Department of Children and Families. So that is one distinction to note before I really get started into this session. So again, this is how Pranisha kind of invited me into your group with this main objective in mind. And so the department has received several frequently asked questions related to camp operations and COVID-19 over the last 11 months or 10 months. And I'd like to share those along with what the current rule ATCP 78 has interconnected that would support your operation with COVID. And so also there are many resources when it comes to helping your campus camp decide how your planning and preparations will go. So we'll cover that today. And last but not least, beyond COVID-19, back to kind of day-to-day operations, I wanted to give you a status update because our rule is currently open for revision and it is underway of being updated. So let's explore how COVID-19 has impacted our camp here in Wisconsin. At the start of March 2020, there were 231 total licensed rec ed camps. And what we did was take a snapshot of that 200 and looked at 53 of those camps as a snapshot. We offered, and as you can see by the chart, 64% did offer some type of camp, but that is grouped together, including day camps, family camps, virtual camps, and face-to-face camps. So I think it's a little hard to tease out just the face-to-face camp setting. Another data point we looked at was the 2021 license renewals, and that was extended out to the beginning of January. And even as of last week, we only had one camp go out of business. So I think with that information provided, it kind of leads us to be cautiously optimistic for 2021. So let's look at some rule specific, what the law says about rec ed camps and looking ahead with COVID in mind. This policy, what was in bold, was shared back in 2020 to all the licensed camps. And this is including some of the health certifications, lifeguarding, first aid, CPR. And with this in mind, we also are revisiting this practice. We are considering a requirement for health staff and lifeguards to complete whatever review course or review options are available from their vendor. Because we know just from looking at American Red Cross or American Heart Association as some of the common vendors, they really aren't up to full capacity to offer those face-to-face courses quite yet. There's some blended models and some different things going on around the state, but we did want to keep this renewal.
Are you all able to hear her or did it cut out?
It looks like she has.
She froze.
And that would include COVID-19 vaccination history.
Stephanie, we just lost you.
Also thinking about the approved vaccinations, right? Currently on the market are only approved for ages 16 and over. This information supports the need for these multiple mitigation strategies, and I will talk more about that in slides to come.
Stephanie, just so you know, you cut out there for a minute, so but I'm sure we'll catch it up in the upcoming slides.
Yep. Also required in 7819 is written procedures and space for the temporary isolation of sick campers and staff. Just like communicable diseases, I know it was mentioned earlier today, if you had a norovirus outbreak at your camp, there's the need to have a written plan ahead of time, and that's that prevention piece. So there's considerations looking at, there's the chance that there's going to be multiple kids sick at one time. So looking at your space, and that's going to be unique to each camp premise or each campsite. And then also, it was kind of brought up right before this, considering where your campers are coming from, because that length of time that it takes parents to come pick up the kids is going to vary, again, unique to each camp. Then looking at the green box, this is kind of an encouragement or a case for camp. This moves away from the regulations specifically, but it shares a story from Wisconsin camps that did operate in 2020. And so camps that extended beyond their existing consulting physician, some formed medical advisory boards, some had contacts with additional medical professionals that were closer to the pandemic, and that could help further their planning and preparations for successful, 2020 to go ahead and decide to operate. So the code does have staff supervision ratios. And so I wanted to include a simple to read table to show you kind of what that ratio requirement is at.
Stephanie, unfortunately, it has cut out again. Maybe if we do the presentation without the slides, then we can hear. So maybe if you stop casting the video and just do the verbal part, then we can, because it freezes up. So we've been losing you.
Oh, video. Hold on, let me turn off my video because it might save some bandwidth. Hold on, just one second. If I stop sharing, I can turn off my video. Oh wait, here we go. Okay. Do you want me to just try it one more time with the current slides and see if it's still lagging?
Yes, that's fine.
Okay. And you can just stop me or interrupt me if it's still lagging. So is it at the slide that you can see the supervision ratios?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Okay, so then okay, so then now I want to kind of jump from the actual what regulation says about camp and COVID and go into some frequently asked questions that our department has received. So now the slide should show kind of like a map of Wisconsin. And the question was, do camps require a COVID-19 test before arrival? Well, the answer to that is there's many resources to answer this question. Parents are empowered to help screen their campers at home pre-camp. That's just one of those mitigation strategies that the field guide that ACA has helped collaborate and produce with that and E consulting firm. That manual, that field guide has a lot of recommendations, and this specific section of the field guide is 13.0 that talks about screening and testing. That's a great place to get additional detailed information. The Department of Wisconsin's Department of Health Services COVID-19 website has these links that I placed onto this slide. So in addition to the parents screening campers at home, there's also community testing sites, and you can see by the map they're widely available throughout Wisconsin as one option. There's at-home test kits that are also available throughout Wisconsin. And so the staggered drop-off idea is, excuse me, my youngest coworker here just is walking into the room. No, thank you. So the key thing is the families should basically screen out anyone who is sick from ever being admitted onto camp. So if there's a fever over 100.4, that would be like screened at that drop off, right? Because there's this ongoing pre-screening and arrival questionnaire and temperature. Sorry. Oh, and the last plug, and I'm not connected with CampDoc, but I do want to also share that camps have this ability to lean into their technology. So the CampDoc is one of the 9 approved healthcare software vendors in the state. And so that platform can also be integrated with all these pre-screening tools and pre-screening information to support you in connecting all this health data. What about PPE, protective equipment for health center staff? The answer to that question is not going to be found in the rule, but we do have best practices available through the American Camp Association and CDC. All of these links and resources can be found. I know I kind of sent them ahead to Sydney and Pernisha, so you can look at them as needed later on. And it's also covered in section 10.0 of the field guide. So a camp wants to open in 2021 at full capacity. Is there anything stopping them? I think we've gotten this question. The first response would be to check with your local health department. If there's any everything, starts very local. If there's any restrictions, that would be a great first place to start. And then it kind of goes back to a few slides ago. What is your specific camp's ability for isolation, for quarantine? What kind of space do you have available? What kind of staffing coverage do you have the ability to fulfill? And this case for camp talks about the length of a longer session. Many camps in 2020 offered longer sessions, 2 or more weeks, even 4 to 6 weeks at a time in an overnight setting. And that the staff and the campers to create a bubble where all of the staff and the campers agreed and had buy-in from the start to stay within that camp premise. And so it really created this added layer of not interacting with the public and possibly introducing COVID-19, on a daily basis. So that was one encouragement or from a case from other camps in Wisconsin that had operated. How's the slides keeping up?
Yep, we're good. We can see everything. And then we have about 4 minutes left on this. So if you want to hop to the other 2 that you had highlighted in the presentation.
Yep, I will do that. So this is actually kind of that safety lasagna that was talked about earlier. And I just want to really further explain a little bit more about this. And so these strategies in Wisconsin, we're referring to them as the Swiss cheese. So when held alone, the larger holes are obvious, but if you stack them together, it forms a more solid barrier. And the CDC has the MMWR published that used a Wisconsin example that occurred, an overnight summer camp retreat occurred from July into August. And they only use the pre-arrival quarantine and outdoor programming as only 2 interventions. And they ended up experiencing an outbreak that led to 76% of their attendees with COVID-19. So I have a link for you to see that specific article. Again, podcasts that give you abundant tips. This national news coverage was on a camp up in Hayward. Again, it's not a campus camp, but I think there's still practical tips that can be gleaned from the podcast and from the story. Also, the link to some of the templates that you don't have to recreate the wheel. So taking off your COVID risk hat, I want to jump into some statewide trends in violations and what has been observed. So this slide kind of shows what COVID outbreak or COVID-19 impact has had in 2020. It was about half of the visits to camps, and I think that was mainly because some obviously didn't operate, or some had campers and some did not. So if we look at the trends, starting at the base, there were not maybe effective screens in the cabins. You can see, I think, the bar graph here. But there's a pattern, I guess. The main point is that there's this pattern of repetition, and you can see in blue in 2020 and then in blue font for the years past that these same violations seem to be repeated. And so these trends are a driving force of code revision. And so changing technology with the medication logs, medication administration logs, I think the changes that we will see coming in the code revision will help address some of these repetitive trends in observations, especially when it comes to these top ones of the medication log violations. So if you have not been involved in code revision, I know I'm right down to the end of my time, so I just wanted to quick plug this. If you have not been involved in code revision, there is still a lot that you can do to be involved. The virtual industry advisory team has been an absolute gift, and they have been meeting on a routine basis. If you take a look here at our timeline, the target for public hearing is this fall. So there is plenty of opportunity for you to provide input. If you want something updated in the rule, then right now is really your open window of opportunity. I have here the recognition of all of our advisory members who are from the different sectors in the industry. And so definitely thank them for helping shape the regulations, and stay connected. If you have a suggestion, email me, text me, or give me a call at the number here on the screen. And know that in addition to code revision, things like educational materials to also help empower industry and empower regulators to understand why behind the common violations to help improve and to help keep kids safe at camp are also in the planning phase. Okay, how did I do on time, Pernisha?
You're good. Thank you very much. You were the final presentation of the day, and now we get to do the work. So thank you very much. Does anyone have any questions for Stephanie? Okay, yeah, I think all of us are kind of processing all the information that we took in for the day, but now we want to talk about creating a reopening plan. So I'm going to turn my video on. So here's the plan. Each campus should work to create a reopening plan. Whether you do it today or tomorrow, at some point, minors will return to campus. What we're encouraging you all to do is to work with the work groups that your pre-college liaisons have created and maybe make recommendations to them based on how your program looks. But I'm hoping that everyone in this group will take the time out to read the guide put out by the ACA, as well as the CDC's checklist. Because I will say that this work will be overwhelming if you don't do the research first. And so I wanted to remind you all of the website that will have all these resources there, from the field guide to the CDC's checklist to guidance for virtual spaces. Now is the time to actually do the research. And then how we plan to continue to support you is we plan on continuing these workshops, but they'll be 2-hour workshops. So next month's focus will simply be on developing your communicable disease protocol plan. And so Michael Ambrose will come back, but you will all need to look at templates for communicable disease protocols as you start designing them for your camps. And so then you can ask Michael questions when you come back with that project. So I can put on the website what the plan is, but February will be communicable disease protocols. And then March, we will hop into social emotional programming, and we will bring the doctors back as well as a mental health first aid specialist to talk about what those protective factors are and how you develop them. And then we'll continue to do the professional development series. So today was really just an introduction, kind of like dip your toes in it so you can start thinking about planning. For those of you who are planning on staying in a virtual space, what I will say is that it's going to give you more time to prepare to go into a physical space. So don't say, well, I'm not doing anything in person this year, so I don't need to work on this plan right now. This plan will take time. This plan will take resources, and this plan will take communication with your campus leadership. So the reopening plan, I don't know, let me share my screen so I can show you what I'm talking about with the field guide. So we've created a survey based on all the recommendations in the field guide. And so you all won't have to go through and kind of create a checklist on your own. So let's see if it will let me share. Nope. Okay. And you all can see my, okay, great. So what we did was we took each section of the field guide and created a questionnaire about those particular things. Let me scroll up. So the first one that came up, of course, was a communication plan, right? What is your return policy? What is your pickup policy? What is your policy about testing and oversight? And how, you know, like if you're doing a one-day event, what is the requirement that you're asking of these programs? Participants to let you know that, like, hey, I came in for a tour and 72 hours later, I tested positive for COVID, right? Because that goes back to contact tracing and exponential exposure. So just working with folks so they can let you know that if something has happened after they left your event. So that gets into screening and preventing the spread. That all goes into communication, having a testing plan. So you'll get a questionnaire that will ask you these particular questions. And then you can take the answers or your grade and give them to your campus leadership and say, hey, you know, I think I'm ready, or no, I don't think that I'm ready. Facilities management, most of these areas are managed by the campuses themselves. What you want to do is look at like what your obligation will be as a program. Say if you use a classroom, are you all required to wipe down the tables when you leave and come back, or are they going to use custodial staff to do so? So when you're thinking about, oh, well, custodial staff do most of our cleaning, they won't be coming through and cleaning your rooms every 40 minutes or in between each class. And the protocol is you leave the classroom, you clean before you leave, and then you come back and you wipe down again. And so some of this might be you're training your students to do and your staff to do so that they're in a good hygiene habit. So what is your plan for that? Will you allow swimming? Will campuses allow swimming? To bring that up, if that was a recreational activity you did back when we were physically open, right? And then talking about food service, you know, do you have a plan so that you can stay within your cohorts and that you're not blending with other folks? I know that for Penn State, what they did was a cohort model, and most of the time the participants ate outside during this year. Now they had considerably smaller programs, but they couldn't oversee the constant cleaning of the tables, and they couldn't oversee the not commingling. And so they did an outside dining plan, a sack lunch plan, and if it was raining outside or inclement weather, then they would take their sack lunches back to their classrooms, but they didn't necessarily use cafeterias. So that's something to consider. And then once again, cleaning and disinfection comes down to, do you have the supplies that you need and who's obligated to do what? So we do have kind of like, we want to give autonomy to the campuses to be able to say when they're ready or not to open, but we want to make sure that you have the tools. And I believe that the checklist, the field guide, and the CDC's checklist will help you to inform your campuses if you're ready. And so the field guide itself is the reopening guidance, and you just have to show that you're able to do it. I will admit it's 125 pages, and it's not a hard read at all, because a lot of the stuff you will already be doing. You'll just have to modify it because it's COVID. And if you're a residential program, you were probably already doing a lot of these things, especially if you were licensed by the state. So communicating with your campers and your staff about the expectations of interactions, letting your students know that it's going to look different when they come back and what those differences will be. If you're charging the same amount of money for the programs and yet they're doing things differently, you know, be clear and transparent about the justification of costs. I mean, there's cost involved with cleaning. There's cost involved in software to safely track all the issues that might come out with COVID. So being transparent. And then also deciding what kind of camp are you going to have? Are you going to have a commuter? Are you going to have a residential? Because you might be able to bring residential programs back because it's easier to keep them contained once you get them quarantined, pre-tested, and then tested once they're there. You know, it's easier to control who they're interacting with. Commuter programs will have a different experience in that when they go home, you don't know what happens. And so thinking about on your campus, which ones will you lean towards bringing back first? And I know that a lot of people have said, you know, well, schools aren't back, so we may not get back. And I've sat in a lot of meetings with the schools who have allowed programs to open, but not the actual school. And the justification was that in a program, you can limit the number of participants in the spaces that they're in. So if you have a school open, all 2,000 kids are in the school and that's kind of it. Versus if you have a program on campus, you can say, I'm only going to do 18 kids and I'm going to have them in this classroom that usually houses 60 kids, right? And so you have a little bit more flexibility in using preventative measures. So, you know, I support campuses and whatever their decision is, as long as we're working through the guides and the recommendations and going through a checklist. Yeah, there's some things in there about PPE. What amount of PPE do you need? And then sample letters to parents, cleaning, disinfecting checklist, and then a restroom kind of locker room protocol. So those are all great references for you all to use as you're thinking about returning. If you are staying in virtual settings, I would strongly encourage folks to think about increasing social emotional as a priority, because the longer we stay isolated, the more youth may continue to disengage and the more the trauma of COVID will continue to exacerbate. So I would encourage you all to think about that too in some of the decisions to stay or not stay or hybrids or things like that. So now it's kind of the opening for questions for folks to kind of talk about their reopening or non-reopening plans. So what I would say is, what is one thing that you will do when you leave here today in anticipation of returning minors to your campus? Because we're going to send you out into your breakout rooms. So in your breakout, what is one thing you will do this week or today? What is the first thing you will do to help prepare your campus for minors returning to campus? Question number 2, what is your greatest concern about returning minors to campus? Or what do you think will be most challenging? And then question number 3, what kind of supports will you ask for your campus leadership to do this work well? So we're actually going to give you a little bit more time for this one because it's 3 questions. So we're going to give you about 25 minutes to go over those questions. What is one thing that you will do to prepare your program or yourself for reopening? What is something that really concerns you about reopening? And what is something that you will ask your campuses for in supporting you and getting ready for minors coming back to campus? So Tom, if you will break everybody out, we will take 25 minutes, or we'll say 33. We'll give you right till 4 o'clock. Please take notes because we want to definitely hear you share out. I can't stop the share. Stop sharing.
Okay, everyone's sent off to the breakout rooms.
Pretty sure I have a feeling there's going to be quite a bit of kind of debriefing and follow up that
Oh, I've already received like 5 emails, so.
Yeah.
But I think it's good that they're having these questions versus we just reopen and everybody kind of wing it, so.
Oh gosh, yeah. Oh my goodness. And you know, let's think also about, I mean, you're already doing this, but you know, when we talk about resource needs, what supports are needed.
Alrighty, so we are at the last kind of part of our day today. So thank you all for sticking it out with us all day and sharing in this experience. And what we want to know now is basically your takeouts from the event, some things that you'll take away and what you'll do instead, what you need from us to continue to do this work well. So this is really kind of informal. We'd love to hear what you talked about in your groups, and we'll kind of take notes here on the back end. And basically, like, what more can we do for you all as you continue to do this work? So feel free to unmute and share about what happened in your group, as well as any other thoughts you may have.
Hi, I can go first. Thank you, Pranisha. So in our group, we talked about how a lot of us would start with assessing our students, our staff, on whether they are prepared to return to campus this summer, because a lot of us don't want to plan an in-person program if families are not ready to allow their children to go back to our campuses. And so, and then again, if our staff, if our teachers don't want to return to campus, you know, to teach for us, and that's something we also have to think about. So we talked about the, you know, assessing our needs to make sure we're all on the same page before we make those kind of decisions. And then we also talked about whether, you know, if we are prepared to come on campus, what will that space look like on campus? Because we're assuming that, you know, on these UW campuses that summer courses will be back in action. And so will we be competing for space again? When some of our programs, at least at UWM, I always feel like pre-college programs are always competing with each other for space on campus. Well, with these safety guidelines that we're going to have to be spread out, we're going to need more space. So are we even going to be allowed all that space to be safe? That was a concern of ours.
Thank you for sharing out. And that's 100% true. Is what space will you have to be able to do this work? And do we need to look at schedules in that maybe multiple programs aren't running at the same time? Do we need to spread them out, of course, across the entire summer? And then working with your pre-college liaison so you get a better understanding of what programs plan to be there at what times, so you all can negotiate internally to be like, okay, I'm the first week in June, you're the second week of June. Because I think the programs will have to be shorter and you don't want overlap if at all possible. So I agree 100% that that is a good conversation. That was a good place to start. Thank you for sharing. Next, this is kind of your social mixer too. So say who you are, where you're from, and any thoughts or observations. Safe space, safe space. I can't get my camera to work half the time, but safe space.
This is Jennifer Mitchell. I can speak up for some. Years. And, you know, whether, you know, because the need to have volunteers be equally trained to the rest of staff. And would it then, is it even beneficial to have volunteers, or is it better to have all your staff, have more staff, you know, so that there's everyone's ready and prepared. In my program, we have volunteers that come and go a lot. And if we want to keep pods and keep people from coming and going too much, you know, it's a problem with the volunteers because you want them there longer, you know, for longer rather than just hours here, which is how sometimes we've used volunteers in the past. So if I were to run my program, I have to rethink the whole volunteer part of it. And do I not have volunteers, and do I have more paid staff that would assume that same volunteer role? So it's something to think about when we have those types of staffing there.
Thank you so much for sharing, Jennifer, and good to see you again. And those are all really good questions to be having. And like I said, the whole point of this presentation, the whole series today was to get you all thinking and to ask questions. so you can plan. So thank you very much. Anyone else? I'd love to hear from all of you if possible.
Yes, my name is Brandy Williams. I'm from UW Milwaukee. And one of the things that we talked about is some of these decisions require other stakeholders, and what type of timeline would we have and when we would be notified to execute some of these plans in an efficient and timely manner.
I will say that we've been having communications with campus leadership and also working with your pre-college liaisons. We're relying on your pre-college liaisons to kind of let your campus leadership know when you think that you're ready, and then also to be able to provide documentation. And then I believe that based on the recommendation from your liaisons, that your campus will say yay or nay. What I will say is that there's no rush that you have to open for spring or that you have to open for summer. So it's in the timeline that you're actually able to get it done safely. The other stakeholders, I would say start engaging with them now, whether you decide to start in spring, summer, or next year. Engage with them now. So your risk management folks, your legal, your HR, there was a question that came in the chat, like, what is our liability if people think that we're negligent and somehow folks were exposed? And, that goes into, working with your legal team, but also knowing that, the Supreme Court hasn't ruled on liability for employers for COVID, because it's hard to prove that you got it at your workplace, or it's hard to prove that you got it in a program. So there's not a lot of movement to put accountability for COVID because it's just here, right? Does everyone know who their pre-college liaison is on their campus? Because we could also have them unmute and unmask themselves and introduce themselves if they would.
I will also put the list in the chat because I know that not all the liaisons are present.
Okay, great.
I'll put myself out there. I'm the liaison for UW Green Bay. I'm Michael Casborn, Director of TRIO and Pre-College.
Thank you. And I know there's a couple.
I'm Mackey. I'm the liaison for UW Platteville.
Thank you. Okay, well, we'll put the rest of the liaisons in the list. So what you all will receive, if you don't have any more questions for today or comments, which, like I said, this is what you'll feel like as teachers or program directors putting on virtual programs. You'll be like, I can't see anybody on the screen. I'm not hearing any answers. Are they engaged? And what I will say is that I consider you all to be very engaged because, there's over 100 of you that have stayed on the entire day. So clearly you find value in the information. And we also just recognize it's the time we're in. We're tired. We've been at this all day. So I understand the participants, not specifically answering questions. But if you have questions you want to put in the chat, you can do that now. And if not, I definitely won't keep you all. I'll give you some time back. What does a liaison do? So your pre-college liaison is basically supposed to be kind of the eyes and ears on campus to get compliance information to youth activities and program coordinators. So whether you're a commuter, residential, a conference, a field trip, a third party, an internship, or individual lessons and things like that, they are there to collect that information and to share with you any policies or practices that should be done, and also to be the person to elevate your voice and your needs to campus leadership, because they're supposed to have a direct relationship with your chancellor to elevate your needs. So you all are no longer working in silos and having a hard time getting your needs elevated. So it might be your compliance person, it might be a risk management, or it might be a program director with a large portfolio of programs. All right, so after the event, you all will receive a survey of today's events. And basically, we want to know how we can continue to support you. We did receive a few questions from the presenters for specific information that they wanted to know. So we'll put that in there too. Any other questions? Okay. Is there a plan to create a list of participant emails on this call to create a statewide community of practice? Yes, that is correct. So we will be developing a community of practice for program directors and coordinators, and a community of practice for pre-college liaisons so they can crowdsource and share information. So we will sort through those who have registered based on the roles. There are a few that are administrative roles that are collecting information, but then there are others that are program directors and pre-college liaisons. Any other questions?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Prasinia. I did have a question. If our liaison is moving on or retiring, how do we know who the next person is in line so that there's a seamless line of communication in that instance?
So we've been working with the chancellors directly, so they are to assign them and to inform them to communicate with the program directors. So if you have someone that's transitioning, I do believe that your chancellors will be letting us know, and we'll be working with them to make sure they connect with all programs on their campus and activities on their campus.
Thank you.
No problem.
And it sounds like we'll be posting the roster of liaisons on the website. So anyone who doesn't know who their liaison is can go to our website and find that out.
And since Katie's on, I'll have her introduce herself and thank everyone that was on the back end that was helping put this on today. I know that Sydney has to go to class. So Sydney Marsh has been the one that's been sending out all the emails and getting you all set up to be on the platform. So thank you, Sydney. And then Tom has been in the background working on making sure that the platform itself works and breaking you out into outbreak rooms. So I just wanted to thank Tom Fielding for that. And then Katie, who is over the Director of Office of Integrity and Compliance, who is supporting me and all of the work that we're doing for all the system schools. So thank you all for your support. I think Christina Williston is still on here as well. And Christina has been doing the website, so making sure that all the data is up to date and putting letterhead on everything. So thank you all for all of your support. And then thank you all for just showing up and getting this information. I think that this is so much better than just waking up tomorrow and saying I'm going to do a program without any support or guidance. So I'm glad that you all came and got this information. Okay. Well, without further ado, I will give you your time back. Thank you so much.